exactly sure what's happening. I stepped out of the Faraday cage that I was in, so maybe that'll help just a little bit. But I wanted to talk about a really gross topic today. There is a group of people that's absolutely disgusting, and I'm really wanting to bring this up because it can be a problem for a lot of micronations. It can be a PR issue, and we do not want to be associated with these people at all. No matter what type of micronation you're starting, no matter what your background, these are some bad folks. So first off, Nate said, "Love the thumbnail." Thank you, Nate. Nate said, "Not gonna lie, I appreciate it." Corsia said, "Hello." Fake name said, "Hello. Good to see you." Everybody, Corsia said they had to go. Good to see you, Corsia. Thank you guys for coming in. Also, sorry I was late. I said yesterday I was going to do like an early stream, but I ended up being late. Regardless, today I want to talk about a really important topic. Hey, Raz is jumping in, and that's sovereign citizens. This is a group of people who think that they're like above the law in the macronations that they're a part of because they feel like they have loopholes to certain governments and entities. Specifically, it's in the United States, and they feel like they have like a loophole around the Constitution so that they don't have to obey the law, which is absolutely ridiculous. And these people get themselves in legal trouble all the time. Also, the foundation of their idea behind this loophole that they have is founded on super racist principles. It's absolutely horrible. I want to get into that, but real quick, let me go ahead and see if I can't jump back inside and fix the stream. If the stream keeps having issues, I'll be back out. But let's check out, see if it'll work. I'm not for just a second. Okay, there we go. I think uh, I think we're set up okay. Let me see if I can't plug in the phone so that we can make sure we stay on stream for a good long time. But yeah, these people are really gross. And so I wanna talk about the concepts that they deal with, kind of what to look out for to know, if someone is a sovereign citizen or not, what they kind of believe those people. Claim no matter how they try to like you really shouldn't support those people. So first off, I do want to say thank you guys for hanging out in the stream. We have been trying to get to 3,500 watch time hours for a while. We hit that the other day. Now today we should be easily at 3,600 by tomorrow, and then we can push forward to 4,000. So we're going to get into that, but if you guys like the stream, definitely like it so that we can get more people in to talk about this topic. As well, we want to raise awareness for this because, again, it is super gross. So a basic concept, a basic overview of what sovereign citizens are. They're a group of citizens like believes, but their basic premise is the concept that the 14th Amendment, which is the amendment that allowed freed slaves to vote in the United States, created a whole different set of rules for United States citizens to follow. And so their premise is, well, if I register myself out of my citizenship, if I register as like a U.S. national, or if I register myself as like an international corporation or something like that, basically trying to like shred their citizenship documentation, then that will prevent them from being searched, like being pulled over by the police when driving, being basically, affected by any law whatsoever. And that's as appeal the 14th Amendment. They believe that the 14th Amendment being established, which again was just based on giving freed slaves the right manipulative, controlled thing, and so they're trying to like get away from that, which is horrible. The foundations of that movement are literally based on like white supremacy, and it's super gross. So the problem that I've been seeing is that a lot of micronations have started to pop up with, I say, a lot of citizen ideology, even though they don't claim to be sovereign citizens. And so I think that like the concepts can get like muddled up, and like people can accept some of the concepts that they hear on the internet without realizing the like risk of you from being held legally responsible. Because you 100% there are more and more sovereign states who become a like flex their like weird sovereign citizen muscles. It's a thing where they're trying to like use micronationalism as another justification for their platform. And it's really gross and it's really disgusting, and we shouldn't be supporting those people whatsoever. So I want to dissuade everybody. If you have anybody who has those beliefs or who is like taught to change those beliefs or stop, so engage all of this and learn about micronationalism in that group. Unless that group is legitimately based on harm and hate, that's the group that I will bring up and condemn 100% of the time. So this is a big problem. First off, people are saying for me to move to a better Wi-Fi spot. Is it still giving problems? Like now I'm back in the thing. Let me know if there's like still issues. If there are, I'll try and move again. So that has been the biggest problem for me. Everybody's saying my Wi-Fi is terrible. Okay, I'll try and see if I can move. Give me 1 second, guys. So I've been trying to do a thing where I try to interrupt the live streams as little as possible. Like I have a pre-prepared setup so that things don't like mess up. But at the same time, if it's causing enough issues, I just will. So let me go ahead and move. Sorry everybody for any confusion or any issues. I'm trying to get things fixed and we will be on the way. So give me just 1 second, guys. I'm trying to move.
Hey, it's Jimmy.
Hello.
Exactly.
Okay. We have moved locations. Let me know if this is better for you guys. So just keep me updated there in the stream chat. Chat, I always appreciate you guys. Let me know what y'all are up to, how y'all are feeling. Ooh, everybody said much better. Hey, very cool. Thank you. Okay, cool. And you have a table. That is true. I do have a table. So there's a few things that I want to talk about. Let's see if this is going to work. I don't know if it is, but we're going to try. Are we plugged in? Hey, we're plugged in. Awesome. Okay. Sorry about the delay, guys. Wagnerland says I made a group chat for our citizens. Very cool. So I wanted to talk about, again, this really disgusting group of people. These people are called like sovereign citizens. They're really gross. A lot of the time, they're like really stupid people. You can see them. And I say stupid people. It's people who are really uh, really misinformed about the law. And so they learn these conspiracy theories online. They think that they're gonna like outdo or like outwit the government or whatever by finding loopholes in the law. And they end up getting arrested. They end up going to jail. They end up in courtroom situations where they want to represent themselves because they think they have like better advice than their lawyers, and they end up getting like maximum penalties and end up putting themselves in really weird like legal limbos because they have destroyed all of their previous like documentations that link to their citizenship and stuff. It's really gross and it's really stupid, and you should stay as far away from those people as humanly possible. In continuation with that, there are a ton of problems that can come about because people are actively supporting those ideologies. One of the first ones is that ideology can be confused with micronationalism, which is something that none of us want. Micronations try their absolute hardest to be taken seriously as it is. Micronations already have a tough enough time explaining to others kind of what the purpose of a micronation is, why you're trying to do this, how it is possible or reasonable that you do pursue that. Hey, everybody saying best stream quality in a while. I appreciate it. I'll start doing more streams in here. I appreciate you guys saying that. I know from now on. But yeah, so that being the case, it's super, super gross and there are a ton of problems with it. The first and biggest one to note is, of course, that these people do not care. They are they're going in a roundabout way of trying to find their own path to do whatever they want. So instead of trying to work toward changing things in a legal and meaningful way, they're instead saying, I want to break this and this law because I don't feel like it's just. But instead of going through the legal system or instead of trying to gather support for my ideas, I'm instead just going to try and look for the quickest, dirtiest way to like break the law in a way that minimizes my ability to be affected by that, and it never works. It doesn't lighten anything. It doesn't make it easier. It 100% just makes them look foolish in a courtroom. The addition to that, and also to law enforcement, you know what I mean? Like these people get pulled over in their cars and be like, "Oh, I'm registered as a seafaring vessel or whatever," while they're getting like dragged out of their car by a police officer because they won't comply with the law. It's really insane. There are people who like go to court and stuff and will be like, "Yeah, I don't want to be represented by um, uh, uh, I don't want to be represented by a lawyer because I know better. I'm gonna declare that the Constitution doesn't apply to me or whatever." And the judge is like, "What are you talking about? You're going to jail for like tax evasion, or you're going to jail for like assault on people or something." And they're like, or like carrying weapons into like a restricted area or whatever. And the person's like, "Yeah, but the law doesn't apply to me, so I'm good, right?" And the judge is like, "No, absolutely not." These people, I watched one video of one going into a courtroom and being like, "I'm not considered the person this and this name. I'm considered the entity representing the person this and this name." And so the judge goes like, "Wait a second, what are you talking about?" And like starts to think through their logic because they're trying to say that like they're not responsible for their own actions. They just represent that person. So they're like, the judge is like, "Okay, where is that person?" And he's like, "No, I am, but I'm not that person," or whatever. It kind of trips up, and the judge goes, "Okay, well, I'm sentencing the entity representing this person to jail time or whatever." And it was really, really funny. These people don't know the law at all. The basis that they have for the conspiracy theories they believe in are founded on racist principles. Like I said, a lot of these people believe that like the 14th Amendment somehow like made the government a different thing, which the 14th Amendment was the thing that gave freed slaves the right to vote. So absolutely an important amendment to have, and also something that only racists want to abolish or want to overturn or want to feel that they aren't represented by. And as well, I'm not just saying this to claim that those people are racist. The fundamental people who founded this ideology, the ideology of like the sovereign citizen movement, was a white supremacist hate group. It started as that, as a way to justify and put their white supremacist hate principles into something that they felt would allow them like further independence by pretty much just breaking the law and hoping that their argument would hold up in court, which it absolutely did not, has never held up in court, and continues to be laughed at. The problem that I'm focused on with it is the fact that now there are some people who are supporting that ideology and who are a part of that ideology, whether they claim the name or not, who will then come in and like say, I'm starting a micronation, right? I've seen several YouTube channels where, and several, Twitter channels and stuff like that, where people are saying like, this is the secret to how you get out of this and this and this law. This is how you can make your house like, completely independent and where you can't get like taxed by the government and you can't get like you can't go to jail or whatever. It's completely wrong and stupid. And so people should not um, you should not support those people. If you hear people spitting rhetoric like that, uh, even if they're trying to claim that that's not what their ideology is, be very, very careful around those people and make sure that people know that is not micronationalism. That is not what micronationalism should be. That's not what most micronations represent. If people try to conflate the two and say like, oh, micronations, I know what those are. Those are like the sovereign citizen people. Be like, no, no, absolutely not. Because the concept, the one word sovereign, just meaning like independent. Sovereigns are like, kings, leaders of nations, things like that. People who are considered independent, right? So some micronations may call themselves, or the leaders of their nations, sovereigns or whatever. The other term, citizen, connects to like micronationalism. Do not put those words together. Do not, under any circumstances, put those words together. Again, that specifically refers to a hate group. It refers to a group of people who don't know the law and who are causing problems for micronationalists. So there are very few people that I will ever say, because of your ideology, I don't like you, or because of this and that, I like can't support you. But I do have to call that out. Anybody who ascribes to sovereign citizen like beliefs or thinks that they can like get out of the law because of the way that they name themselves or incorporate themselves or whatever is causing a huge problem. Imagine, for example, that you're trying to move out of your parents' house, right? You start to come of age. You say, you know what? I don't like the way that things are. I'm gonna move out of my parents' house. Okay, cool. So just because you have decided that you want to move out of your parents' house, that doesn't mean that you stop following all of their rules or listening to them or caring about them. Because that's not going to work. Those people still own that property. Those people still probably take care of you, and so you shouldn't just have blatant disregard for their concerns. It would just wind you up in more trouble than it's worth. That's similar to this like sovereign citizen ideology. Um, so it's really important that people understand the right way to go about things, the right way to develop micronations, as well as the right way to start to become informed about the law, to become informed about ways that they can move forward in a way that is respectful of the nations that they come from, as well as the people that they want to develop into. You always have to obey the law. Uh, you always have to support, local governments, state governments, federal governments. You don't always have to respect them. You don't always have to agree with them, but you definitely have to obey them. You definitely have to find a way to exist with them because those are going to be the people, one, that you're trying to gather support from. And secondly, that is the government that everyone else around you has propped up and has supported. That is their home country. And so even if you feel like you want to do something different, even if you feel like you want to leave or start your own thing, you can convince other people why it is beneficial to join you and why it would be better to have the system that you're trying to put in place as opposed to the current one. But that's still those people's home. You have no right to come into their home and to start causing problems and to start breaking the law and to start, causing fights. The only thing that you can do is try to rally support and earn money that can support the furthering of your cause through legal means. So that's the proper way to do it, and sovereign citizens are absolutely gross. So, uh, multiple people. A lot of people jumping in. I'm gonna start reading a few comments. But again, thank you guys for being here. Like I said earlier, so we were trying to reach 3,500 watch time hours just like 2 or 3 days ago, and we hit it. We hit it during a big stream that we did. We got like over 20 hours of watch time, which we needed at that point to get to to get to 3,500 watch time hours. We're trying to push for 4,000, which is what we need for monetization. However, right now we're at 3,574, I think. So we are, um, oh goodness, like 25, 26, 25 or 26 watch time hours away from 3,600, which would be only 400 more to hit monetization. So if we can get over 20 watch time hours on this stream, if we can try and push toward 25, 26 watch time hours today, then we can absolutely hit that mark of 3,600 right now, and we can start to push forward for the edging nearer and nearer to 4,000 watch time hours. I would like to try and get 4,000 before we end up going to Microcon, and it seems like if we really push and we really work at it for these streams, we can 100% make this. So, even today, if we go on stream for let's say 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and we have 10 people watching the entire time, that's going to get us through 25 watch time hours. So the more that you guys support, the more that you guys like the video, if you enjoy the content that we're making and talking about these problems and these solutions to large problems in micronationalism, you can help us to reach a larger audience. You can also help us to start making money without having to donate to us whatsoever. Just watching these videos quite quickly can become money to us so long as we reach that monetization goal. So we're pushing toward it every day. We're continuing to try and bring new topics to you guys. So the more that you support us, the more that we'll be able to do. Multiple people. Everybody is saying hi, Ryan. Happy birthday. Ryan said ping pong. Good to see you, Ryan. Wagnerland says we use Wagnerism. Nate says best stream quality I've seen in a while. Again, noted. I'm gonna try and keep this spot from now on. Nate says, plus the whole sovereign citizens thing makes no sense. You're absolutely right. It makes no sense. And it's founded on racist ideologies by racist people. It's a huge issue. Ryan says, sovereign citizens, gross, anarchism, sexy. Agreed. That's why I made that thumbnail. It's actually funny. Somebody commented on the thumbnail. It was a thing where I was trying to make the throw up face. And you can see in the thumbnail, my eyes are legitimately watering because I first tried to do the throw up face and I tried to take a picture of that and it made my eyes legitimately start watering. So then I just went, but then I already had my eyes watering. So it just came out that much more realistic. I'm legitimately grossed out by sovereign citizens. Wagnerland says it's just the US, but with a much smaller government. Yeah, so, for Wagnerland. Very cool. Vincent says sad. Vincent, why are you sad? Vincent said anarchism doesn't work though. I mean, I feel like you'd have to debate that with Ryan. Nate says hi, Vincent. Vincent says it's against human society and human greed. Oh, y'all are gonna get into a whole anarchism debate in the chat. If y'all do, y'all can do that. I'm just not gonna be reading those comments because it's gonna take too long. Wagnerland says Wagnerism is not anarchy. Gore says your streams are one of the only things that convince me that some micronations are actually smart. Most TikTok nations are extremely immature. There are a group of micronations that want to take me over. I'm sorry, Gore. That's a thing that happens a lot of the time. I will say it depends really on how you react to it. I think the more that micronations engage with that kind of content, the harder it is to get away from it. I know when Aeternia first started developing and started, being noticed by some other micronations, people tried to do that all the time. They would jump in our Discord server and raid us and be like, we've taken over Aeternia, we control Aeternia now. And I would just be like, no, you don't. And I would never bring it up and I would never talk to anybody about it because the more that you give those people attention, the more that it inspires other people to do the same thing. They'll go, oh, that got under their skin, that messed with them. And they shouted those people out. So then that'll make those same people want to do it more to get more attention and more support for their cause. And as well, it will encourage copycats to continue to do that more and more. So I would say the best advice for haters is just to ignore them. If people are trying to take over your nation, they can't actually take over your nation. It's something that you started with the resources that you have. There is nothing for them to take away from you. So, they can't take over your accounts and stuff. So good luck. And again, I would say the best way to do things is ignore them. As well, if you guys follow us and support us on TikTok, you will have seen that we did a video on how to make Aeternian leg wraps, how to properly wear and wrap Aeternian leg wraps. I did these earlier today on a TikTok post. So if you want to check out our TikTok and see how to do these, you definitely can because they're a part of Eternian culture and we're trying to spread it out and get it more well known. I think it's a great way to identify Eternians out in the wild. Um, okay, Nate says, ooh, okay. Um, Ryan says, I'm not me, I'm the soul that pilots the body. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Ryan's memeing on the whole sovereign citizen concept of like, it's not me, I'm representing the person known as whatever. Like it was so stupid. There's a ton of different sovereign citizens ideas like that. Like I've seen some that are like, oh, if you declare your house like this and that, like a like an international corporation or whatever, or like if you declare yourself uh, a um, a oh my goodness, like not a citizen, if you declare yourself a basically like someone who needs a visa in the United States, like an observer or something, like a oh goodness, people are gonna hit me with the term in the comments because you guys are great with this, but they basically remove their U.S. citizenship and then declare themselves like something else, like something significantly below that, that like requires you to is like a step to get U.S. citizenship normally, but they're like backtracking down the list, and it's really weird because they don't have another place to go, so it's not like they can get deported, but it's also just like what? So where are you? What are you trying to do then? Because they don't have another home country, but they're not like declaring themselves citizens of this country. So they still have to obey all the laws. It's just that they put themselves in a weird legal thing where now when people try and look up like for jobs, for example, if they're a US citizen so that they can be immediately hired on without too much follow up, they can't do that because they've destroyed their like U.S. citizenship paperwork and they've like changed all the documentation through the government to make it very very confusing and weird. So they just have to provide like tons and tons and tons of paperwork all the time to basically just say I like screwed up, like I messed up all of my citizenship stuff. So I think a lot of those people end up going back later after they've realized they've made huge legal mistakes and gotten themselves in trouble to trying to get their citizenship back. But any that don't are just constantly in a weird like legal limbo where everybody is annoyed and frustrated with them because they did something stupid. Um, and again, the individual people who may support these ideologies may not necessarily be racist themselves, or they may not have like a hateful stance. It may just be that those people are misinformed. And so there's plenty of importance in bringing up and talking to people who may share some of these beliefs and just ask them where they got that understanding. If they've talked to a lawyer about these things, and to really try to put in front of them that through micronationalism there may be a better way. Of course, you still have to follow the law. Of course, you still can't just do whatever you want. But if you're looking for a unique identity, if you want to show your dissatisfaction with the way that things are going and you want to put your efforts towards something that can make meaningful change, this is a way to do that. But you just can't do it through the ways that a lot of these sovereign citizens are trying to do it, which is absolutely gross. And again, based on a racist group's founding of these ideas. Nate said their arguments are awful on a basic and intellectual level. I 100% agree with you, Nate. Republic of Ottawa of Owa YouTube says, yo, what's up, Republic of Owa? It's good to see you. Are you an Alabama-based micronation? I see the little thing in your flag there. Republic of Wagnerland says I did research before I started. Very cool. Raz says it's worse than communism. Ryan says anarchy is better than y'all think if you hang out with better anarchists. Got him. Wagnerland says in our constitution, blacks, women, and LGBTQ people can vote. Very cool, Wagnerland. Having equality and equal representation is very, very important. Um, and again, that's why the sovereign citizen like arguments are based on like a racist founding principle. It's a conspiracy theory that like, oh, the government's different now because of the 14th Amendment, which is literally just the amendment that gave freed slaves the right to vote. So 14th Amendment, very, very good thing. You know, uh, sovereign citizen idea is very, very gross. Fake name says, with the exception of the 18th, no amendment can be repealed. Uh, Vincent says, I mean, in the U.S., those people can vote too. Agreed. In the U.S., sovereign citizens. Uh, oh wait, no, no, no. You're talking about black people, women, and LGBTQ people. Absolutely. So long as they're citizens of the U.S., any citizen of the U.S. can vote. That was a big benefit of the 14th Amendment. Owa says Wagnerland has an actual mind. Hey, very cool. Wagnerland says I know. Gore says, yo, Owa, hey, what's up? Thank you for joining. Also, if you're new to the channel, I didn't hit you up, Owa. It's good to see you. If you're new to the channel, again, we're the Empire of Aeternia. We're trying to develop a micronation here in North Alabama, so you may be fairly close to us. We have just purchased our first territory of Vitae, an actual property we own and control legally. And we are doing all of this, trying to push forward with these streams to reach monetization for our YouTube channel. So if you're interested in supporting us, please subscribe because it'll let you know when these streams are. If you hit all notifications, if you check that bell and drop down to all notifications, it'll let you know when our streams are. And it also helps us to grow. We're trying to push toward 2,000 subs right now. We're at like 1,803. So you could be the 1,804th. And you can help us to reach out and get to a larger audience, to let people know what micronationalism is here on YouTube, to inform people about the right and wrong ways to go about things, and ultimately to prevent a lot of the misinformation that comes with a lot of these like fringe groups like Sovereign Citizens, and other hate groups that might try to prey on people who otherwise might originally support the ideas that we believe in. So again, definitely support us if you can, and eventually just your watching these streams will help us to make money. So thank you guys. Ryan says Third Amendment could be repealed and nothing would change maybe. Interesting. Owa says, yo, Federation, Gore says, my guy. Wagnerland says, I actually researched this before I started. Very cool, Wagnerland. Congratulations. What kind of research did you do in starting your nation? Vincent said, soldiers setting up shop in your home. Interesting. Nate says, but Vincent, they had to add amendments, but Wagnerland has it when it was made. Very cool. Vincent said in the 21st century, these people are able to vote. Yep. Wagnerland says, we started in 2022, so common sense, people. Absolutely. Owa says, same. Hey, very cool. Y'all both started recently? That's awesome. Gore says, this reminds me of Capiz and Christoria, huh, Owa? What are you talking about? What are those? Also, I appreciate you guys. We have 11 viewers right now, 10 likes. If we keep these numbers through the next like hour and a half, if we can go to like 2.5 hours or something, 2 hours, 2.5 hours with 10, 11 viewers, we can hit 20 plus watch time hours. We're trying to get like over 25 watch time hours today so that we can hit 3,600 watch time hours. Hey, and we're up to 12 viewers. Thank you guys. If you can like the stream, it helps to blow it up and get more people out there. Also, if you haven't subscribed, you should subscribe because we're trying to reach out and educate people in the micronational community and prevent people like sovereign citizens from conflating our ideas with theirs. So sovereign citizens gross, micronations cool, very different. One trying to go about things legally, one trying to go about things illegally. YouTube says right. Nate says sovereign citizens equals cringe non-constitution readers. Agreed. Raspberry said gotta go. See you soon, Raspberry. Hopefully you can join back in later on the stream. Nate says micronationalism equals Chad constitution readers and constitution makers. Absolutely. And that's the thing that I think is really important. Micronationalists, as a fundamental concept, understand appreciating the rights and benefits of people to have support of their own nation. So, if you're trying to develop your own country, you want to respect the country that you come from because that is representative of all the people who live there. If you're dissatisfied with that, you may be able to convince other people who are dissatisfied with it to come and join your cause. But for anybody who likes that government and who wants to stay established in that and feels that that represents them, they have every right to. And so you definitely don't want to cause any problems or make any issue with those people. You want to respect respect their ability to have a government that represents them, just like you would hope that they respect your ability to have a government that represents you. So, that being the case, you're striving for this thing to be recognized and to allow you more autonomy and to allow you more ability. But you don't do that through, pushing and shoving and breaking the law. You do it through action. You do it through raising awareness. You do it through raising funds and trying to make sure that people know that this is a positive thing that will benefit the communities that it is involved in. So, in doing this, I really do have to say that it seems like sovereign citizens are the antithesis and are the, like evil, evil anti micronationalists that we really have to worry about because they're people who can be wolves in sheep's clothing, so to speak. They can be people who seem like they support similar ideas to micronationalism as far as, supporting people's ability to push for greater autonomy and stuff like that. On paper, some of their ideas can start to kind of seem like they line up with micronationalism, but then they go really hard into, racist foundation for what they believe, illegal claims for how they're going to like assert that independence, and the list goes on with larger and larger problems that they try to persuade people are the right way to develop. So we have to watch out for those people, and we have to make sure that it is well understood by the general public that micronationalism is in no way and should never be associated with the sovereign citizen movement. It's really gross. It's something that, fortunately, I think has kind of died down a little bit. The biggest push for the sovereign citizen movement was, I think, in like the early to mid 2000s, like, 2010, 2011, stuff like that, when a lot of like Tea Party stuff was going on. But even still, it's alive and well today. Like there are plenty of people who, even though they may not call themselves that initially, as those people in the early mid 2000s did, they still have evolved to spread those concepts and those ideas around, so that even if an individual doesn't believe themselves to be a sovereign citizen or whatever, they still may like support some of the misinformation that has been spread by that group. And it's 100% like connected to hate groups. So we really want to try to pull people out of the trap of supporting any of those ideas, and we want to encourage people away. We want to encourage people to educate themselves and encourage them to make decisions that can hopefully pull them away from those ideas. And if they are looking for a way to make change in their life, to direct them toward micronationalism or to traditional politics, so that they can feel that they are doing something and making positive change for their lives without trying to go and break the law and cause themselves to be in legal turmoil because they listen to the advice of some stupid person on the internet. So again, people should really do their own research. People should consult lawyers, and people should also really try to educate themselves on the difference between micronationalism and the sovereign citizen movement, which is again. So Wagnerland says yes. Ryan says the USA's Constitution is overrated by people in the USA. Agreed. OWA says my Constitution in a nutshell. If you live in OI, you can vote. Respectable. Wagnerland says same here. Gorth says same in Gorth. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I mean that seems like the basis of like a lot of constitutions. Vincent says they always have been, with people having the right to vote after the 14th Amendment. Uh, Wagnerland says anyone can run for a government position if they have enough experience. That's respectable, Wagnerland. Uh, Daniel N. McCool 30 says Micronations. Yes, what's up, Daniel? If you haven't joined one of our streams before, we're the Empire of Aeternia. I would definitely recommend you subscribe if you get a chance because it helps us to grow. It helps us to reach 4,000 watch time hours, which very few, if any, micronational channels really get to do nowadays. And I am also trying to ask you to hit that notification bell because if you like talking to us in the streams, you seem like a pretty McCool guy, but you can help us out. So if you want to know when these streams are going to be, hitting that notification bell lets you know because the algorithm sometimes sucks for us, and we'll try to not tell our people when our live streams are. So doing that, joining us on Discord as well gets you, directed advertisements where I can hit you up and let people know, hey, new notification, we're about to go live. But supporting us as a subscriber also means you're pushing us toward 2,000 subs, which right now we're at like 1,800. So trying to get steadily there. And the closer that we get to that, the closer we'll get to 4,000 watch time hours, which helps us a ton. Ryan says First Amendment unlimited to protest on your bed. Makes sense. OWA says anti-vaccination micronations, right? Um, yeah, anti-vax is a whole other thing, but different conversation. Daniel says sovereign citizen Kingdom of Canada. Nah, agreed. 100%. Sovereign citizens are gross. Sovereign citizens really do try to like latch onto the idea of micronationalism to spread their ideas, and it is legitimately like a big issue. It is a social construct which is very harmful to the larger movements that are actually trying to go about getting established and recognized. It is a great way to destroy legitimate movements by having similar movements pop up next to them that may seem like they're moving toward the same goals, but in reality just make a fool of themselves and make people not trust movements like that in general. So micronations and sovereign citizen movements can appear to someone who doesn't know better as very similar. And if they see one of those movements, the sovereign citizen movement, acting absolutely wild and having people go to jail and using horrible racist rhetoric, it can make others look bad. So you really want to be careful of that. What up, Jason? What up? Jason's joining the stream, or at least he's here. What's up, Jason?
Hold on, nothing. Come over, just hang out.
Yeah. Oh goodness, I'm gonna have to adjust this thing.
Oh, you ain't gotta adjust it for me. Just go ahead. Go about your business.
Well, hold on. We gotta hit up this thing.
What's up?
Because now I'm doing it. Okay, so see if I can scoot in. Today we were talking about a thing that I think is really gross. That some people online have like started to do, which people sometimes compare to micronationalism. And so I'm trying to be like, don't, like, it's really gross and bad. You shouldn't do it. Sovereign citizens. They're like stupid people. Yeah. They're stupid people who are like, it's based on like some weird conspiracy theory that like the government isn't the same government in the US anymore because of the 14th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment is the amendment that gave freed slaves the right to vote. So it's like based on racist stuff. And then on top of that...
So I'm thinking sovereign citizen is something different.
Yes. Oh, okay, wait, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of those assholes that pull up to like a roadblock or something. They're just checking IDs, make sure you ain't drunk driving. And they're like, oh, I have a free right to travel. Like,
that's just the same people. No, it is the same people.
Okay, it's the same people.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you want my 2 cents on that?
Hit me up.
Okay, so I agree. You should know your rights for one.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also just such a huge pain in the ass for every single person involved. Like, if you have nothing to hide, understandable, you know your rights, you have your rights as a U.S. citizen, but holy shit, you're going to be sitting there for over an hour because you're starting shit, so they're going to start more shit. Just show your fucking license and go about your day.
Well, that's the thing that sovereign citizens are stupid about, and they get themselves in trouble with it. So sovereign citizens, like you said, you have certain rights because you're a U.S. citizen. Mm-hmm. The thing that they believe is, again, like a weird, like racist conspiracy theory that after the 14th Amendment, the U.S. government isn't the same government. So they're like, because of that, if I do this and this and this, which is like, it's like weird technical legal stuff that isn't real. Like it doesn't work. It doesn't hold up in a court of law. But they try to like do stuff like renounce their American citizenship in order to be like weird like Visa card holders. They burn their licenses and will create like their own licenses and do stuff like that and like take license plates off of their car and stuff. And then be like, no, because I did all this, that makes me immune to getting pulled over, and they go to jail. Like it's really
stupid. But see okay. I see now that it's the same concept. Like it's so stupid. Yeah, I mean I agree with him. Don't do that shit.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Yeah, and so then that's the problem. It's like there are now some people, and I've only seen a few of them, but I really don't want it to be a thing that keeps growing, so I'm trying to like address it as hard as I can.
Yeah.
There have been a few YouTube channels and like Twitter posts and stuff that I've seen of people who I'm not sure if they directly call themselves sovereign citizens, but they share like the same ideology. They're like, I'm gonna do this and this and this, and then I don't have to follow the law. And I'm like, stop
That you
doing
still
that.
have laws. You still have to follow.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're getting at on that.
Well, and some of these people start to like be like, you know what'd be a good idea? Starting a micronation. And I'm like, stop.
No.
Don't
No, don't
associate with us.
associate. Yeah.
No, we don't
Totally
want to be
get
a
that.
part of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like nobody likes you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm trying to like bring up to people, one, what it is, so that they know, you know, if you hear people talking like that, stay away from them. And also to make sure that people are well aware who don't know about micronationalism that it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like a very different
Well,
thing.
see, sovereign citizen, just talking about it, it has a good ring to it. But the thing that they're missing is everybody's a sovereign citizen. We all have the right to free travel. We can go anywhere and do whatever we want, so long as we're obeying the laws. But yeah, I totally agree. Like the whole burning the license thing, trying to create their own thing, like, oh, I don't like our government. Well, fuck, I'm not too fond of our government neither. But if I get stopped at a roadblock just so I could speed this process up and I know I'm legal, like, here's my license, thank you, 5 minutes, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, and just because you have disagreements with something doesn't mean you start like going out of your way to break the law. Like it's just not. It's not.
or trying to find loopholes how you can break the law without breaking the law, I guess you'd say.
But even still, they end up breaking the law.
Yeah,
in the
they still
process,
breaking the
so it's
law
still-
by not breaking the law.
Yeah.
So they say, like, oh, well, I'm a sovereign citizen. I renounce my citizenship, so you can't touch me. Like, no, you don't have immunity. That's not
You
how that works.
still will go to jail.
You're not a government official from a different country. That's not how that works.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it becomes this huge issue where these people try and do that, and then they'll like renounce their citizenship, and then they'll like go to jail, and then they'll like it messes them up because once you like revoke your citizenship, it's hard to get a job because places are like U.S. citizenship or Visa card holder, and they're like,
Like, they
I
don't
don't
have
have
anything.
anything.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
They're just living here.
Yep. And then as well, when they go through like the court system because they get in trouble, there's a weird like, you know, what does the court do with it? Because they're like, all of your documentation is messed up now, so we just don't know, you know, how to process you. Other than that, we know you're going to jail for sure.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid.
It is. It definitely is.
You know,
That's actually got me a loss for words for once.
you know, it's silly. So that being the case, trying to like educate people, trying to tell people not to do that. Other than that, I've been learning about other people's micronations and stuff. I've been hanging out.
Really?
Yeah. What you been up to?
Drinking beer, cutting grass.
That's fair. How's grass cutting?
I'm done.
Cutting grass for them?
No. My house.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Getting a space for your dog to be able to play more?
No, I mean, he's got all the space he wants.
Very
Little
nice.
shit.
Very cool. Are you and Megan hyped for the trip?
I am. I don't know what she is, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I done asked her folks a bunch of times, like, are y'all sure y'all want to spend the whole weekend with me? Are you sure this is something you want to
They
do?
got separate tents though. It'll be fine. You know?
Yeah, but you got to spend all day with this.
If you get on their nerves, they can hit your boat with the paddle.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can swim.
Very true. Very true. You'll still make it. It'll work.
I'm probably going to bring like 2 boxes of beer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm excited about s'mores. We've tried to do s'mores a few times here, but it's always like kind of works out. I'm excited to do s'mores.
Okay, this is going to make me sound un-American as fuck. I actually don't like s'mores.
Interesting.
Well, it's not the s'mores per se. I like graham cracker. I like Hershey chocolate. I just don't care for marshmallow.
That's fair. I'm kind of on the fence. I'll eat marshmallows with s'mores. I generally don't like marshmallows by themselves. Like some people just roast marshmallows, and I don't really do that too much.
Yeah, see, I don't like doing that either. I mean, I like to do it and catch them on fire just because of fucking pyro.
That's fair.
But I will eat marshmallows with hot chocolate. You know, if it comes with it, I won't put them in there.
Yeah.
But if it comes with it, I'll eat them.
Very true.
I mean, that's about as far as that goes.
Ooh, so then if you like graham crackers and Hershey chocolate, I may be able to help out. I figured out a way because people, a lot of the time you like roast the marshmallow and then you like put the hot marshmallow on the thing so it melts the chocolate.
Yeah.
But I figured out a better way. I stick the whole thing on. So I like slowly go through the graham cracker, through the chocolate, through the marshmallow, and through the other graham cracker.
Oh,
and
you try to cook the whole damn thing.
Yeah, and it works. It works well. So you might be able to do it and just remove the marshmallow and still.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I won't eat one. I'm just saying I don't care for them. Like, I'll eat them.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm fucking fat. Obviously, I like the food.
I believe in you, dude. It's a thing where I'm excited to go. I don't know what the place is. So I know we're gonna do like camping. I know we're gonna be doing potentially like kayaking stuff.
Yeah.
I imagine not fishing. We're just like bringing food. Like it's just gonna be like making
from
like
my understanding, yes, we're just gonna cook it over the open fire.
Cool deal.
You know, taters, corn, meat, whatever.
Very nice. Okay.
From my understanding, but I ain't got a clue. I'm just along for the ride.
Yeah.
I'm transporting.
Fair enough. I imagine there's not going to be Wi-Fi, but if there is, stream.
There probably won't be no Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Best I can do is hook you up to my hotspot.
Ooh, well, not Wi-Fi. I said Wi-Fi.
Internet
cellular
connection.
Data. Yes, because I use cellular data anyway to do this.
I think it will be cellular data.
Very cool. Okay. So yeah, I'd love to do a live stream. I want people to be able to see some of the cool stuff we do.
I'm gonna be drunk as fuck.
We did the like tubing thing. Tiffany's family one time brought me to do like I guess it's not rafting, but like the tubing whatever.
River, where you just floating down a river.
White water.
Yeah, that's
rafting. Whatever. Rafting. Yeah. So we did whitewater rafting, and that was fun. But it was like in a big inner tube thing.
Yeah.
There were some people who were doing like kayaking, and I really liked that, but we didn't have a kayak. Now that we have kayaks, I'm excited to go kayaking.
Y'all got a kayak too, or y'all gonna rent one when you get up there?
I guess we're renting one. They just asked us like, do you want to do kayaking or do you want to do canoeing? And I was like kayaking. So I guess they're planning on like doing one thing kayaking.
Well, if you like it enough, you want to keep going. There's a dude out in Cedartown, Georgia, and he sells them for super cheap.
Oh yeah.
Like Pelicans and stuff, like really high end ones, but it's like damaged goods. So you might have a dent in the hull, but it doesn't affect how it floats.
Okay, so as long as it's not like it's about to like take on.
Yeah, it's not going to do that. It's not going to do that. But I picked up two of them. One of them was a sun dolphin. The other one was a pelican.
Oh.
And I picked them both up for like $120.
Very nice. Is that what y'all are bringing?
I'm bringing the sun dolphin because I sold the pelican already.
Makes sense. Very cool though. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. Have you been before?
Kayaking?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been multiple times.
Oh.
Smith Lake Dam. I actually went to the dam, like swam in between the pillars until the security guard got mad at us and started screaming and hollering like, "Hey, y'all gotta go," because of the whole current issue thing.
Yeah. So
we're waiting for them to open up the gates, but we got ran off, so we couldn't. So we just floated back downstream.
Yeah, that's crazy. Do you think it'd be enough to like drown you? Like, do you think you'd be surprised by how much like water it would be?
Oh yeah, because it's a whole lot of footage real quick.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about like 2 foot in an hour.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like 2 foot in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And it just keeps raising.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then it's not so much the water height, it's the current that we were looking for to haul ass back down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you want to be, I guess, pretty far down when it hits, so it's not like it just.
Oh no, we want to be right there. That's what we wanted to do.
Okay.
Like as soon as it opens and starts flooding up, we wanted to be there and ride that first current all the way down.
Gotcha.
But we couldn't.
It sounds cool, but I get why they were like.
Yeah, I mean, I get it too, but it's like, it sounds too cool, so screw you. I'm not gonna listen. You know.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
That's like I watch a lot of like skateboarding videos, and there will be a ton of videos where like a security guard will run up and be like, "You gotta stop," and they'll be like, "But one more though," and it'll be like a really cool trick, and they'll leave. But yeah, I'm excited about it. Again, I hope people get to see the stuff we do.
Yeah, it'd be fun. This will be the first vacation I took in 5 years or so.
I know it. Like I said, I went on the one with them to do the whitewater rafting, but other than that, I haven't been doing.
Yeah, I don't do vacations. I work and I drink and then I work some more. That's about it.
got other stuff to spend the money on.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And everybody asks me, like, well, if you don't go on vacations, what do you spend all this money that you're saving up on? I'm like, guns. I buy guns. Like, that's a life savings event right there.
I make my home fun.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I do want to be able to travel more, but I think a lot of the stuff that I want to travel for is either one, I know there's places Tiffany wants to go. So at some point in life, I'm sure we're going to just go and like visit and travel some of that. But then as well, there's like multiple events that stuff like this, where like hopefully this summer we're going to end up at Microcon. Like that's what we're setting up for, which is in Las Vegas. So that'll be cool. It's like the only micronational convention in the U.S. And they have like news channels and stuff that come and cover it. So hopefully get a little bit of exposure that way.
I hate traveling.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I hate people.
That's the thing that we're trying to figure out. So we have one of our guys who's a part of the government in Aeternia, the only other government official right now. And he is going to be flying there. Flying seems like the best thing to do, but also crazy expensive. He got his ticket for like $300, which I was surprised by. It's expensive, but the tickets that Tiffany and I were looking at, like $400 to $600 per person. So like,
good.
Yeah,
my feet's not leaving the ground.
Yup, yeah. We can drive too, but it's like a 27-hour drive. So, yeah, it's like, which one do you do? Yeah.
I get that. Like I said, I hate traveling. I do. And it's because of people. I hate people, so I'd just rather not travel. I love driving.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll drive forever.
Yeah.
I just don't like people.
Oh, interesting. Have you ever wanted to do like trucking work?
No.
No. Too much driving?
No, that's actually the laws they have to obey by is different than just regular drivers, so.
Yeah. The like CDL stuff?
No, you can't have weapons.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
And I mean, I made it pretty clear that if it's not a gun-free zone if I'm there.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, I was gonna say as well. That seems weird because like truckers have to go to like sketchy areas and
yeah,
sleep
you would
at
think
night.
they'd be like exempt from every kind of gun law there is. Like,
Yeah.
hey, you need to carry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, but to each your own.
That's crazy. I don't know though. I've heard that truckers make a lot of money, but they lose a lot of money in like the fees that come out of stuff.
Yeah.
So they end up just kind of all right.
Yeah. My dad, he used to do hot shot trucking, and he made bukus of money just in a couple of days, much less a whole week, 2 weeks, whatever. I mean, he made bukus of money, but you have insurance and you got to pay for it, and then you have other fees, and then your dispatcher gets so much of that.
Gotcha.
And Lord forbid something happens and you damage the load, because that comes out of your check.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Turns out he actually was hauling a tractor, and he hit a tree branch and it busted the window, and that was it.
Yeah.
But he had to pay to have it fixed.
Yeah.
So that was kind of shitty.
Yeah.
I didn't like that too much.
That's why. You would think insurance would cover stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already paying for it.
It's Magreth.
Oh.
Magreth is here.
Did you want to be?
Do you want to get me over?
Sit in your truck?
Are y'all going swimming?
No, I got therapy in an hour or so.
Lame mental health. It's important. It's important though. Mental health, taking care of your mental health is important. Go to therapy.
Lame, but hey, it's important.
I'm on both sides of the fence. See you, maybe.
I'll be right back.
I just like picking on me. But she was telling us about that. We went to the water park the other day, and she was telling us about like enjoying her therapy stuff and getting to go see a therapist.
Yeah, I've been told multiple times I need to go to therapy. I was like, no, I don't think that would pan out too great.
I believe in you. I've been to therapy a few times. It's just a thing where like, one, it was like a thing when I was a teenager, but also it's like, I don't know, even if you don't have anything going on in the moment, like there were some times where I went in and there was like stuff going on and it was like a big deal. There were other times where I went in where it was just like a check-in, like how are you doing? Yeah. And that's nice because it's like you still get to talk through like your week or whatever's been going on, and it helps you to think about like how you plan stuff in your life. So I think it's pretty cool.
See, my mindset don't work that way because my mind's like I barely care about what's going on in my life, so the only reason you care is because I'm giving you money.
That is true. That is true. It is interesting though, because sometimes they'll hit you up with stuff that you really have never thought about. Like, I think a lot of people think therapy is a thing where you like go in and they tell you how to like improve stuff in your life, but they really don't. They just kind of like hit you with questions and make you answer the stuff, and then they
Yeah,
just
that's
kinda
what
go
I've gathered
away.
from her.
Yeah.
But she's asked me questions that was asked to her.
Yeah.
And I would answer them to my honesty.
Mm.
And apparently it wasn't the right answers, if you know what I mean. Ain't that right?
What's the right answer, Megan? Is it 7?
The right answer is always whatever I say.
Got him. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
We're talking about therapy.
Oh.
How you were asking me questions that the therapist would ask you, but then my honest to God answer was not the right answer.
Well, there's not a right or wrong answer in therapy. It's about going deeper than just your first initial response to try to understand who you are as a person all the way through what your motivations are.
I'm as open as a book. I mean, I am how I am. So my first response is my answer every time.
But why do you respond like that?
Because I don't care.
Why do you not care?
Because why? Why should I?
Maybe because no one cared about you during your childhood, so it makes it hard for you to try to care about others in your adulthood because they
Okay.
didn't give you the same consideration.
But so be it. I
Right,
made
but
it
those
this
are
far.
answers you have to come to on your own because
But that's my
me
answer. So
telling
be it.
you could say, oh, okay, well, I'll just accept what you say, or you could say, well, you said it, so it's not true. You have to come to your own conclusion. No one can
My
give it to
mindset
you.
is if I'm giving you $300 some odd dollars per visit, then you need to provide me with answers.
It's providing guidance to find the answers you need to live a healthy,
I
happy
can't
life.
guide myself straight to the beer store.
That's called codependency, and that's an issue. It means you can't
It's
cope with
called an
reality.
addictive, and addiction is a disease.
He
So what
said
is
it
that
with a
disease
sassy
covering up?
attitude, but he's saying truths with a sassy attitude.
Yeah.
The other thing, it's interesting. I wonder how therapists deal with that. Like, I guess it's just like shutting down. Like, if you hit up a therapist and you're talking to them about a thing, and they like ask you a question, and you just go like, okay, and
Yeah,
you don't like really give.
Yeah, you don't respond to what they're
Yeah.
saying. Like,
Yeah.
what do you do in this situation?
What does my therapist do? Because sometimes
I know
they'll
what your
ask me
therapist
questions, and I'll be like, I don't know. I don't even know where to start to even try to find an answer to that. And he's just like, for fuck's sakes, Megan. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Blame my daddy issues. I don't know.
It's interesting that it's interesting that your therapist isn't like that your therapist like shows like a ton of emotion. It's interesting. I guess there are different types of therapists, but I've never heard of therapists that are like really engaging like that.
Yeah, I'm used to
Well,
the
my
So how
very-
does that make you feel?
My first couple of sessions, he was very static, which was hard for me to respond to because I'm used to trying to gauge my responses off of other people's reactions, so I make sure I'm getting the right answer. Like with the same anxiety that most people use to go into a math test, I use for normal conversations because I like to be liked even if it's not really me. Because it's easier to just give people what they want, but at the end of the day, they don't get what they want, I don't get what I want, and that's kind of the issue we get into.
See, that's why folks like me more than you, because I don't give a fuck if they like me or not.
I respect you.
Yeah, it's just after a couple sessions, he got a little more. We both got more comfortable with each other, and I guess in me trying to figure out how to respond to him, he has figured out how to respond to me in ways that help me in the conversation and are a little more relaxing.
That seems like
It's like being positive in a negative way.
Well, I think it's harder for him because my issues are typically with older males and authority figures, and he is an older male. So he has to play the therapist while also being the category of people that cause me the highest anxiety.
Gotcha. You know what causes me anxiety? Police. Which brings us back
it'd be
to
really
his topic of sovereign citizens.
yeah, it's really gross.
The assholes that pull up to roadblocks and they just refuse to show their license and this, that, and the other. Like, I'm not a citizen of the United States, so I have right to free travel, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't believe in it.
Some of it is people really just trying to push that they know their rights and that the police can't get rid of their rights for what they want.
Yeah,
But at the end of the day, some of it is just causing people a hard time for no reason. But I understand, because if they can't let you exercise your rights in the smallest way of, I don't have to show you my ID,
Right.
then what other rights are they overstepping
Well, see,
on?
that's something that I come into, and I told him the same thing. Like, I totally support people knowing their rights.
But that's not the sovereign citizen thing.
Yeah.
That's like, there are people who call themselves like First Amendment auditors and stuff, which are people who do stuff like that.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, like I know my rights, that type of thing. That's fine. Sovereign citizens are people who, there's like a weird conspiracy theory that they base their beliefs on. They're like, because of the 14th Amendment, which the 14th Amendment is the thing that gave freed slaves the right to vote.
Mhm.
They're like, because of that, once that went into effect, the US government was like a different government. It's like a false government. And they're like, so because of that, if I like denounce my US citizenship, if I like register myself as like an international corporation or like something like that, then I like, based on the way that US law is worded, I don't have to, I like can't be pulled over. I like get all of my pre-14th Amendment rights back or whatever. Like, it's really weird and it's wrong. It's
I
people
don't. How does giving slaves freedom and allowing them to vote? How does that?
I'm sure it's
doesn't.
illegal.
It doesn't. Like, the thing is,
I just can't find any logical way to
I'll-
follow that argument.
I'll hit you up. You're like, why would they base it on that? It was founded by white supremacists. It
What
was
is
like
your definition of a white supremacist?
Obviously,
an organization that's like
whites are better than every
whites
other
are,
race.
yeah, like people who
But then
like
how are we
specific-
defining white? Like, are we saying Caucasian? Like, there's
However,
different
that-
Asian
whites.
white? Are we talking about like,
Scandinavian?
However, that
England white?
U.S. Like neo-Nazi organizations, like those are
You
the
talking
people who
about,
like
like-
started the ideology.
I totally know what you
Skinhead-
mean. I was just
Yeah,
being
like,
difficult.
yeah.
Skinhead kind of thing? Like,
Yeah,
like my hair.
like
I'm offended. I'm done
Tiki
with
Torch,
this.
like
I'm done with this.
Tiki Torch marching guys.
Hey,
Um,
sir, the audience needs to be able to see me, and you keep stepping into their view of being able to look at me.
Well, it's not my fault I'm fat.
You gotta be engaging. But yeah, so we were talking about that. The problem is that one, those people are like wrong. Like their arguments
Yeah.
don't hold up in court.
Right.
They go to jail over stuff all the time because they'll do stuff like destroy their like driver's license and their IDs.
Yeah.
They'll like burn their birth certificates.
They
They'll
can't get
like
a job, and that's what you said earlier.
yeah, they'll like take license plates off their car. But then because, for example, they're like, I don't have citizenship anywhere else in the world, but I'm also like denouncing my U.S. citizenship, and they'll like do things legally to like separate that. It just puts them into a weird legal, like area where they still have to obey all the laws, but then they can't do things like get jobs because it's like, okay, we need to see like your license and like your social security number, and it's like, oh,
Yeah,
I like
well-
messed all that up.
And having filled out that kind of paperwork to hire people into an organization, you have to give proof that you're a U.S. citizen
Mm-hmm.
or that you have the paperwork saying you have the right to work in the U.S.
Yep.
Without at least one of those two things, you're screwed.
Yep, and they would not. And it's really simple.
I'm sweating so much.
Don't do it. Don't ever perspire.
Right. I guess I'm gonna go outside and dig off.
Have fun.
Really? Bye, YouTube.
Hey, see you, Jason. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Let's keep reading some comments.
I'll have to get online and look, because I don't think my syllabus is posted for my IS 301 yet.
Look at that thing bubble.
Okay, so what is it? It's for I'm gonna jump down below to some of the newer comments. If anybody really wanted me to hit up a comment, I'll go back and read it. But just let me know, guys. Okay.
Because I usually tell her, I try to just keep her away from them.
Ooh, Isbania joined us. Isbania, it's good to see you. I'm not sure if you're still here, but if you are, thank you for liking and supporting us. And also, if you can, please subscribe because it helps us to get closer to 2,000 subs, and it also helps us to get 4,000 watch time hours. Right now, we're at 3,500 and like 3,500 and 3,575. So we're like getting really close to 3,600. We could hit 3,600 this stream. Okay. Daniel says, say Imperium Aeternia is cool. If Aeternia is cool. Very cool. Ryan says 14th Amendment said insurrections are in trouble. Got him. Gore says, Eternia, I'm bringing my allies into the stream. Hey, thank you, Gore. I appreciate it. You're helping us to like blow up and get more watch time hours. Also, if you guys like the video, that helps to drive even more people into the stream. So that means a lot. Thank you guys for like inviting your friends and having people check out the stream. It really does help. Ooh, everybody's hitting up Alabama. I appreciate it. Let's keep going. Ooh, Onyx joined in. Onyx, it's good to see you. Let's keep going. Muhammad said, my only hope is to go into mountains. What's up, Muhammad? How are you? Ooh, Ari joined in as well. Hello. Muhammad said, okay, I am Muhammad Taraki, an Afghan who is lucky enough to live in Panjshir Province and have internet. I will be gone soon, probably because Taliban went to... Oh, my goodness. I am so sorry to hear that. Muhammad, I hope you're doing well. And I hope and look forward to the safety of your family. That's certainly very scary. I hope you can keep us updated on the situation to make sure you're okay, because that's absolutely awful to be living in a situation where you're constantly in fear for your life and your family's lives. Again, please keep us updated. I appreciate you being a part of this community and letting us know that you're here, as well as choosing to spend your time the potentially limited amount of time you have on the internet here with us. So thank you very much for this. And as well, again, we have a vested interest in you. We want to know your story, and we want to hear more about you. So please keep us updated with what's happening there. And please let us know that you are okay in the coming days. Check back in with us if you can. Gore says, I have to go buy a PC. Gore, thank you for hanging out with us. Ryan says, from what I've heard, the current death toll of the war on terror is 6 million. That's insane. 6 million people. Fake Name says, I'm sorry to hear that, Muhammad. Everybody's saying they're sorry for Muhammad and hoping he's okay. Muhammad said, my only hope is to go into the mountains. I definitely understand. And that can be scary enough. Having to go into the wilderness and potentially face sickness and injury and death there versus near certain death in your home country is absolutely horrifying. Muhammad, Onyx says, Muhammad, if I was in your position, I would grab a gun and retreat to the mountains to defend yourself from the Taliban. Absolutely, but that's easier said than done. You know what I mean? Like, you may be giving advice on a situation that you can't fully understand the ramifications of. Ryan says, are the Taliban not in the mountains? Agreed, you would think they would be. Muhammad said, they want us dead because we have been giving support to Northern Alliance resistance forces. Very scary. Muhammad says, no, they're not. Is that like your whole village or your whole area that has been giving support, or is that just you and your family? Baliga says, hi. Hey, Baliga, how are you? Thank you for joining the stream. Muhammad said, for now, we're holding against them. They are attacking us nonstop. Oh my goodness, that's very scary. Have you had to take up arms against them? Onyx says, I support the Northern Resistance, and I'm Onyx Clan, South Florida. Fixed Name says, could you flee Afghanistan, or is that not an option? That's a great question, Casnaria. Onyx says, from what it looks like, Muhammad said, I cannot flee because there are no airports in Panjshir. I'm very sorry about that. Again, that's scary. It sounds like you're in a very rural area, and you may not have many options. So I know that can be an incredibly difficult time. I don't actually know. I've never been in that situation before, but that sounds incredibly scary, and I don't think anybody can imagine the amount of concern and the amount of fear that you may be feeling for yourself and your family. So I really wish you the best of luck, and I want to keep updated with you. I want to know that you and your family are okay in the coming days. Please keep us updated as much as you can. Robert says, hello. Hey, Robert. It's good to see you. Robert says, "How are you guys doing? We're doing good, but right now we're talking to Muhammad, who's going through certainly a very rough time in his life, and we're trying to learn more about it." Terminated Onyx says, "And if you can find an airport, even, well, they're gonna spot you and the XX clan happen." What? Uh, oh goodness. Um, Fake name says, "I'm so sorry to hear that. I wish you good luck and I'll pray for you." Absolutely. Muhammad said, "There's no way to escape. If you try to go by foot, the Taliban will catch you." Absolutely. They control the whole country. It's certainly very scary. Onyx says, "Doing good." Robert says, "Guys, I'm doing fine." Good to hear, Robert. Ryan says, "A lot of other regimes aren't keen to take in refugees, even if they could flee the area." Absolutely. Muhammad said, "Panjshir is a big valley. It is surrounded by big mountains." Absolutely. So right now you're in the valley and the Taliban are there, but they're not in the mountains. So you have a chance of survival by going out into the mountains. Robert says, Europe isn't that great for refugees. Absolutely. Muhammad said, "My hope is to," and that's why it's so important for countries to accept more refugees, because of people like Muhammad who are trying to find a way out of their situation and are ending up struggling. And all of these countries who could be doing more and should be doing more are just turning a blind eye and saying, "Oh, that's too bad, so sad." That's absolutely ridiculous. Thank you for sharing your story with us, Muhammad. Please keep us updated and please continue to tell us what's going on. The reason I keep saying that is because I'm behind in the comments, so I want to make sure that he hears that if he has to leave for some reason. But I hope you can stay with us as long as possible. I want to hear your story. Muhammad said, "My only hope is to flee to the mountains and live in a cave." That's certainly very scary. Robert says, "Because bar is on the what?" Ryan says, like, the USA is currently in a scandal about rejecting so many refugees from Afghanistan. Absolutely. Even ones that were helping the United States in fighting back against the regimes that were there and in establishing a different Afghan government are now rejecting the people who helped them and helped their military. It's absolutely sad. Fake name says, "Robert, what?" Muhammad says, "I miss the good old days when the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan was around, when we had peace." Absolutely. Robert says, "And the U.S. took quite a few refugees. They did not take enough, for sure." Um, Muhammad says, "It was communist, but we had peace." Absolutely. Robert says, "I was mocking Europeans' fake name." Fake name says, "Oh, I see." Onyx says, if Onyx Clan helped Afghan refugees, I would welcome them." Very cool. Robert says, "Sovereign citizens are crazy." Absolutely. Um, Muhammad said, "They are a bunch on kafirs. They broke every rule that Prophet Muhammad gave." Absolutely. And it seems like they're just vying after control. Ryan says, "It seems like the chances of Afghanistan returning to that kind of peace is bleak." I agree. Muhammad said, "Afghanistan will never be the same, even if we get that peace. America destroyed us." That's so sad to hear. As someone who was born and raised in the United States, but sees the injustices that the United States has done around the world, it is absolutely tragic to hear that, to hear a firsthand account of what your government did to an entire nation of people, to entire ethnic groups, to entire generations of families living in fear that an unmanned drone is going to drop bombs on their children's head, is going to, empower a violent and ruthless uh, uh, terrorist organization to take over your nation and harass your family for generations to come. That's a shame. We should be ashamed. We should be looking and pushing our leaders to do differently. That's part of the reason why I've developed Aeternia. That's part of the reason why we're trying to scream and shout about the injustices that are happening, because it's not enough to just sit around and say, "Oh, that's someone on the other side of the world." We have to be talking about this, and we have to be connecting with the people who are on the other side of the world, who are getting attacked and who are getting bombed and who are dealing with the suffering and the consequences that we have laid out. I was not directly involved in, bombings and attacks on Afghanistan, but Muhammad, I do apologize for, being on that side of things, being, a citizen that was, living and being raised well and privileged here, while you and your family are treated so terribly. extreme. That's a shame. And um, I think that everybody should be doing more. I think I should do more to understand your situation and to try to fix you and look you in the eye and try to offer, at very least, um, uh, uh, to be able to listen and to try and understand and to hear what the problems are that we've caused, even though that is far from, the minimum that we need to do to be able to provide any kind of help. Robert says, fun fact, the U.S. government says sovereign citizens are a greater threat than the Taliban. The sovereign citizens are absolutely gross and they're internal to the U.S., so I definitely understand a more immediate threat for sure to, U.S. Problems. Robert says, well, Afghanistan fell into chaos because of where it is. Robert says, before the formation of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan, Afghanistan was a rural backwater, highly conservative. Richard says, greetings, AP. Muhammad says it was a republic. Makes sense. Robert says, and throwing left-wing revolutionary ideology on Islamic rural conservative farmers didn't exactly work. Onyx says work. Muhammad says, and before that it was a monarchy, but I cannot talk about that period. Makes sense. Ryan says, calling it a rural backwater seems rude. Agreed. Onyx says, I am American, but I do not support the war in Afghanistan. Agreed. I think a lot of Americans don't. Robert says, exactly. I was referring to monarchy with the backwater comment. Even still, like, it kind of dilutes a whole group of people and their life. Muhammad said, I'm not offended my country became that. Still, that's really sad. Onyx says, I feel so bad for you. Benjamin Burrows says, hello, AP. Hey, Benjamin, how are you? We're talking to Muhammad, who's right now in Afghanistan, in Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, and is dealing with the suffering that him and his family are experiencing under Taliban rule, and is saying that he is concerned that he and his family will have to flee in order to attempt to survive them. This is absolutely a scary situation, and I appreciate all of you supporting us and listening to Muhammad's story. Let's see if Muhammad's still here. Muhammad said, worse, those mountains are called mountains of death by locals because whoever went up those mountains never came back. Absolutely. I don't know a ton about Afghanistan and its geography, but I know that it is an incredibly hot, arid area, and I know that going into the wilderness of Afghanistan does not leave you a ton of ability to, farm and to uh, you know, uh, to bring necessary equipment or to, gather necessary resources for survival. You would be struggling to find just the bare necessities of food and water, and just trying to gain anything you can from more civilized areas to be able to take back with you to be able to stay alive. So that's absolutely a scary, scary thought. And I would say that, from my little understanding, a lot of people, deal in herding animals and things like that in order to provide some kind of semi-consistent food source in areas that would be more rural there in Afghanistan. Onyx says, somehow, Robert says, nice. How'd you get those custom keyboard? Onyx says, I agree. AP Fake Name says, damn, it sounds like you're on Soul 3. Muhammad said, I had to take arms against them. I killed people. I saw children die in front of my eyes. Oh my God, Muhammad. I'm so sorry. That's absolutely horrific. I could not imagine that in my worst nightmares. I feel fortunate. I feel very dissociated from the rest of the world, but I feel very fortunate that I have never had to experience that, and I'm so sorry that you have had to experience that, especially from your own countrymen, from people who otherwise may have been your friends and neighbors, that you were having to fight and having to kill because of the political instability that's happening and the problems that the United States helped to stir up in your country. Fake Name says, I hope you make it through this. Absolutely. Raz says, wait, what's happening? Onyx says, Muhammad, sad face. Onyx said, Afghanistan. Raz says, which part? Onyx says, and the freaking Taliban. Fake Name says, I was not expecting this to get super dark. Absolutely. Muhammad says, I'm in Panjshir. Onyx says, same. Um, Raspberry says, you have no way to escape. Asking Muhammad. Muhammad said, my mother lost her eyesight because of the Taliban. My brother lost his leg. My dad is dead. I have no way to escape. Muhammad, I'm sorry. Um, that's that's horrible. I have never lost a family member or a parent in such a devastating way. I did lose my mother to disease a few years back, and um, that is uh, even in the most simple circumstances, losing a parent, losing a family member is devastating. I can't imagine losing someone so violently, and to have so much fear around that situation. You are definitely someone who has experienced 7 times the life that I have, and maybe 30 times the life that I have. And I am so sorry that you have had to deal with so much suffering in that period of time. Um, Onyx is so sad. Raz says, does the Taliban have the borders on lockdown? I imagine there is quite strict observance of certain rules and curfews, and I imagine that there are active, regular patrols, so it would be very difficult to go into anywhere civilized without running into Taliban forces. Fake Meme says, I wish I have a large private military, if nothing else, to clear a way for people to escape. Absolutely. The U.S. could have helped to do that, but decided against it. Muhammad said, they closed the border with Pakistan, our only hope. Muhammad said, the same border they came, they closed all borders. Muhammad said, when Kabul fell, I knew that it was over. Absolutely. Um, I think a lot of people for many months were hoping for Kabul to hold out, and it was something that, even though the United States is very detached and has no idea what the people on the ground are going through, people were watching very closely the battles that were ongoing in Kabul and tried their hardest to keep up with the news that was occurring there. And I think a lot of people around the world felt the same way, just an absolute, sitting watching the TV with your mouth open, trying to understand that the country had just been fully taken over and that there really wasn't anything left that anyone could do. Um, the United States could have intervened, but they weren't going to, and so the Taliban was moving in a way that none of the local militias, none of the local defense forces could possibly continue to push back against. There was no more time. Raz says, where are the UN peacekeepers? Afghanistan is part of the UN and should be granted protection from terrorists. What's the point of the United Nations if it can't even protect nations? Raz says, I haven't been able to see anything on what's been happening in Afghanistan. Absolutely. As of right now, there is not much to go on. The Taliban does not allow footage in Afghanistan. You cannot see the daily life of people currently in Afghanistan because they're not able to talk to people. It is a miracle that Muhammad is able to talk to us now. I am so sorry that this is going on. The Taliban is notorious for having a really strict control on media that comes in and out of Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. Muhammad says, I will tell you what's happening. People are starving to death on the streets. Inflation is crazy. We have no gas, nothing. Oh my goodness. Raz says, right now the only news is Ukraine, January 6th in the U.S. Yes, absolutely, because the Taliban has restricted access to media, news media, and seeing the situation on the ground. The rest of the world is pretty much just ignoring Afghanistan and ignoring the human rights crisis that is ongoing. Raz says, I don't mean to spam, but YouTube has a character limit. Muhammad said, children died in my arms while I was treating them. My sister was kidnapped by the Taliban 3 months ago. Oh my God. That's horrible. I'm so sorry, Muhammad. That's scary. Ryan said, the UN doesn't have peacekeeping mission in Afghanistan. They absolutely don't. Baliga says, sorry for the UK's part in this. Hope you and your family get through safely. I think that's certainly an incredible concern that he doesn't seem very enthusiastic about those circumstances. Hey Tiff. Tiff brought Lily, one of her cats, here. We're talking to a guy, Muhammad, who's currently in Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. And he's telling us about his concern for his family's safety.
It's crazy.
It's very crazy. He was telling us that he's had to fight, and that, you know, he's lost his dad and his sister, and that, you know, his mother's blind, and that his brother's lost his leg
Blind
from the
from
Taliban.
the war?
From the Taliban.
Yeah.
Um, oh, okay. Is there another day that we want to try to do that?
Oh. I don't know.
Thank you. And let's plan something in a minute. I just want to make sure I give this the proper attention it deserves. Thank you, Tiff.
I just
Ryan
forgot to
said,
tell you yesterday.
oh yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll come talk to you in a little bit.
Nothing.
Thank you everybody for listening and for spending time talking to Muhammad. We're going to keep following this. Muhammad brings up a really great point. He said Afghanistan was only trending when it fell under Taliban control. Absolutely. Everybody was watching for a moment, and then, you know, people stopped caring. People stopped hearing things, so we stopped caring. Raspberry said the peacekeepers are pretty useless. I mean, no offense to the keepers, but they haven't been used for anything really. I'm sorry for what's happening. I hope your sister still lives. Muhammad says she's probably with some Taliban mullah or sheikh or even supreme leader. Absolutely. That's horrible. People getting abused, you know, women being trafficked. This is scary, especially knowing that that's so close to home, that's happening to your family.
That's just because all other countries are like, we pretend the world is happy unless it involves us. And that doesn't involve us, so we're going to pretend it's not happening.
Absolutely. Western
Because they want to
countries,
keep their citizens happy or whatever.
yep, Western countries like to publicize stuff when it's beneficial for them, and then when it's not, they just
Well,
stop talking about it.
the U.S. somewhat did it because it involved the U.S. like leaving and stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, after a few weeks or whatever, they're like, and now we're gonna fall off and pretend that it happened. Quick, hide it in the history books. We didn't do that.
Absolutely. Nate says, wait, so I just joined back. Muhammad is from Afghanistan. He's currently in Afghanistan, and he's dealing actively with trying to survive there.
Be careful.
I appreciate it.
You're about to fall on your face.
Just about, yeah. I
I
appreciate
mean, the
it.
door would catch you, but I mean, you're still gonna slam your face in it, so.
Torrent says, I'm back. Start the conversation over. We're talking to Muhammad, who is currently in Panjshir Provence in Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. We're trying to hear his story, and we're listening to the horrible suffering that is happening to people who are experiencing Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. Torrent says, this is a good topic. AP, how would you deal with insurgency? I don't think that's really something we should talk about right now. I think we should focus on the topic at hand and talking to Muhammad while he has the time to give us. But, you know, I can do other videos about that. Nate says, damn, man, I hope you find a way out. I'll pray for you and the whole country of Afghanistan. Absolutely. Richard said, greetings to Tiffany. Raz says, isn't the Taliban restricting media? It isn't the Taliban restricting media. We have enough satellites in the sky to see what's happening. It's the government and the U.S. media's fault. Agreed, ignoring things. But even still, it's difficult to, you know, go to talk to anybody in Afghanistan because the Taliban will just, you know, not permit the media in. Or throw them in jail, absolutely. Ryan says, would regimes like the USA trying to normalize relations with Taliban regime make things better or worse? That's a great question. I feel like you could say better because you would learn a little bit more about what's happening, but I think it would be very veiled, kind of like North Korea, where you get to see what they want you to see, but not everything. And it would fuel that nation, and it would ultimately cause more suffering in the long run. So I think it's a bad thing, but I think we're not going to do anything that would actually be helpful anyway. Baliga says, sorry for your loss. I don't know what to say. That's horrible. Torrent says, Nate says, Torrent, it's much worse. I saw a candidate who wants to take guns and give them to Ukraine. Okay, stop. Muhammad said, Afghanistan is a ruined paradise. I'm so sorry, Muhammad. If you had a dream, or if you had something to tell people who are currently who are currently listening to your story around the world, what would you want to tell those people? What would you want to, hope for your country and for the future? What would you want us to do as individual citizens, as people who disagree with the atrocities that are happening and who want their countries to do something, but most people don't pay attention? Tell us. Uh, Tell us what you hope for. Tell us what we can do. Torrance says, Muhammad, thank you for sharing your experience with the world during terrible times. I hope the best for you, your loved ones, and the best for Afghanistan as a whole. You are not forgotten. Absolutely, Torrance. USAR says, hello, hello. We're talking to Muhammad right now, who's in Afghanistan. He's telling us his story. He says, Muhammad, you're a strong person and can get through this. Absolutely. Raz says Afghanistan was a paradise. It all ended after Al Qaeda decided to bomb the Twin Towers. No, I think that conflict has been going on long before and long after the U.S. centric decision. The U.S. centric point that was the bombing of the Twin Towers. We decided to invade after that, which made things a lot worse. But even still, we were funneling money to the Taliban long before that. Raspberry says, then drop 2 jets into them. Oh, goodness. Muhammad says, my neighbor lost his daughter, Aisha. May Allah give her eternal paradise. Absolutely, Muhammad. I'm, again, so sorry to hear of Aisha's passing. I'm so sorry to hear of your father's passing and of the suffering that your family's going through. We're all have Panjshir Provence in our hearts and minds right now, and the rest of Afghanistan as well. Victor says there's a difference between sovereign and sovereign citizens. This is a contradiction in terms. Absolutely. Vincent said that's sad. Talking with Afghanistan. Robert says, but Afghanistan had a decade to form an army, had plenty of equipment. Afghanistan was just incompetent. Robert, you're completely ignorant of the situation. I completely disagree with that. Muhammad said militias did better than U.S.-funded government. Absolutely, because they were on the ground, because they were people who lived there, because they were people who understood and actively saw the movements of the Taliban and could rally support from local communities. The United States did not have any of that. The United States required translators, required, informants, people who lived there and who worked there to, potentially betray the people that they were dealing with, sometimes their own family members, in order to support what they believed was a government trying to help them. People went out of their way to support the U.S. thinking that it would provide their family some sort of safety or security and would benefit their nation in the future, and the U.S. turned their back on them. It's not that Afghanistan had all this ability. They absolutely did not. They tried to do their best with the bare minimum that was given to them, and the U.S. made a lot of promises and turned their back on the people who threw their bodies in front of danger in order to give their children and their societies the hope for a better future. And then we pulled that future out from under them and left in the middle of a fight. Upon Wave says, new citizen here. You're in my prayers, Muhammad. Absolutely. Thank you for joining Upon Waves. Again, if you haven't subscribed to us, it means a lot. If this is Anthony, hello, Anthony. It's good to see you. Thank you for supporting us. And yes, absolutely, we're thinking about Muhammad. Muhammad says, when Afghan National Army was retreating, Northern Alliance protected Panjshir from Taliban and won. Absolutely. And so I would definitely understand your support of them and doing everything you can to assist them as the true only line of potential hope that your family had and Panjshir had for protection from the Taliban. I'm sorry to hear that things have taken a turn for the worst as of late. Raz said they had over a decade to form an army. Have you ever picked up a history book, or did you just forget that the U.S. invaded Afghanistan? Absolutely, Raz. Victor says we're all sovereign at the core. Many of us give that up unknowingly by placing ourselves in the jurisdiction of the federal government for benefits and privileges. Victor, I disagree with that. people's citizenship is something that you're born into, and you have to follow the rules and regulations of the government. Muhammad says Northern Alliance didn't have any foreign support. Absolutely. And that's the thing that's so sad. You know what I mean? The U.S. government, and I'm speaking from a lack of experience, so I'm sure there's some ignorance to what I'm saying. But from my understanding, the U.S. government was not knowledgeable of the right groups to support in Afghanistan. They were going based off of intelligence that was maybe second or third hand, and doing so in a conflict that was ever evolving and ever changing in ways that they couldn't keep up with. And so a lot of the time, they were again making promises to people who were sacrificing their money and their families and their safety in order to try and support the U.S. and the U.S. turned their back on them. Vincent said, I came back to something kind of sad, very sad, but it's important that we recognize this and support hearing Muhammad's story in this stream. Robert said the Taliban held rural areas while the Afghans couldn't assert their authority outside of the ring road. But are you speaking from someone who's been to from experience having been to Afghanistan, or are these just talking points that you've heard? Muhammad said ISIS and Taliban are the worst enemies. Absolutely. And I hope that one day your nation is free from those enemies and that you are able to find peace again. Vincent says, Muhammad, I'm sure with enough internal support, the people of Afghanistan can kick out the Taliban and make a government they want. No one influenced by any nation. What I learned is the best change comes from grassroots. Absolutely. UASR says, not incompetent, just scared. Wouldn't you be if the nation supporting you left without warning? Absolutely. Raz says the Taliban are not going to go easily. Absolutely. Muhammad says Taliban are overpowered now because they have U.S. equipment. Absolutely. We left them millions of dollars of equipment and infrastructure to be able to keep an even tighter control of Afghanistan. Victor says sovereignty, the supreme power, authority, the authority of a state to govern itself or another state, a self-governing state. Absolutely. Robert says another thing was that the Taliban was inevitable. Okay, they were inevitable and had popular support. The real background, what? Vincent says, yeah, which isn't good for your freedom as a nation of people. Upon Wave says, we're in multiple conflict with many countries. We don't just hear about them because they're special operations. They don't advertise it on the news. Research United States shadow wars. Absolutely. Victor Von Doom says, if our micronations ever get true recognition, then we shall be sovereign by default. Emperors, kings, sultans, the like are sovereigns without saying it. Nate says that's true. WAVs. Victor says the truth is that all sovereigns must obey the law of the land, even with diplomatic immunity, but are not subject to some of the government overreach. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think you're going to be subject to all laws, but I may just not be understanding Victor. I'm curious to learn more at another point. As we continue to talk to Muhammad. Vincent says, but time and time again through history, tough enemies can be overcome through unity and working together to a common goal. I completely agree. I think, looking at situations like the Arab Spring, you can definitely see situations in which the people can rise up and overthrow dictatorships, overthrow invaders, overthrow situations in which the people aren't being represented for at least some minor improvements to their way of life, at least to gain some sense of stability. And so it's incredibly difficult to see situations in which outside intervention actually made things a lot worse and helped to fuel the stabilization of a horrible, brutal dictatorship onto a people. Christian joined in. Christian said the U.S. sending military forces to maintain Afghanistan is the same as city governments hiring police from other states. It will always feel like an occupation to the locals, no matter the intention. That's well said, Christian. I completely agree. Also, thank you for joining us and supporting our stream. If you don't know, we're the Empire of Aeternia. We're a micronation. And if you enjoy the content that we're making, I do ask you to subscribe and to like the video to help us and to get more people in the chat so that they can hear Muhammad's story today. Um, Dealing with this situation is incredibly difficult to see from a U.S. perspective, because I think a lot of the time we feel like the U.S. is justified in what it does, and that the U.S. Is doing these like peacekeeping missions, when in reality a lot of the time they're going in with a heavy hand, with very little knowledge of the situation on the ground, and are just doing what and are assigning targets not based on actual validity, but based on just their own second, third, fifth hand information. And only fractional information at that. There have been instances of drone strikes bombing children and things like that in Afghanistan plenty of times, not just Afghanistan, all over the world. And so it's incredibly sad to see a continued example of what happens even after we leave an area and we stop doing that we still created an even larger monster than we came to fight in the first place. Robert says sovereigns are above the LQs, made me remember of the trial of King Charles by Oliver Cromwell. Ryan says the thing about things like revolutions is people need leverage that can be used against the current regime. What leverage could the people in Afghanistan use against the Taliban? Absolutely, especially when we made them so overpowered, as Muhammad brought up earlier. Muhammad said, Panjshir, only hope for Afghanistan. Either we do something or whole nation is doomed. Absolutely. I can definitely respect that. If your province is still fighting, then you've absolutely inspired some hope, certainly. And so I hope that hope continues, and I hope that you are able to rally more people. But I can definitely understand the fear that may be in many people's hearts who are actively being occupied and who feel like in their day-to-day life they see no way out of this total control that surrounds their life. Ryan says such revolutions also often succeed by the leverage of alliances with other powers, and Afghanistan has lost its allies. Absolutely, especially with the United States just so eagerly backing out. Vincent says, establish for once a government they want. Afghanistan's always having other nations try and set up government. They want to have been they have been a pawn in a game of chess, and it shouldn't be that way. I completely agree. It's absolutely despicable. Muhammad said, all of you should be happy with the lives you have. I think that's definitely a humbling statement, Muhammad. I agree. I think a lot of the time we don't recognize the privilege that we have, no matter what situation we're in. Thank you. UASR says the U.S. Is very power hungry. Agreed. Muhammad said you have families, cars, normal lives. Absolutely. And it's wild to see what that costs to some extent. Not necessarily that it has to cost that, but the fact that the way that we have done this, the way that we have gone about creating these lives for ourselves, is by tearing down the lives of other people around the world, and doing that to claim some justification for the lives that we live. I wish that things were more equal, and I wish that we had gone about a better way of attaining these things by working together rather than by taking and attacking. It does make me appreciate the life that I have, but it also makes me feel incredibly guilty for where it comes from. Robert says Afghanistan should have been self-reliant after all those weapons and money. Robert, stop. What are you talking about? Vincent said, things aren't great here, but it's definitely not as bad as how Afghanistan is. I completely agree. Robert says, now the situation. Christian says, I agree with Vincent, even the shape of the country. That panhandle jutting from Afghanistan is a carryover from when the British wanted to buffer between their colony in India and the Russian Empire. Wanted a buffer between their colony in India and the Russian Empire. Absolutely. Fake Meme says, every day I take too much for granted. I will never let your story or the story of the Northern Alliance be forgotten. Absolutely, Fake Name. I think that's important. Connor says, what are sovereign citizens? Vincent said, people who have wrong opinions. Connor, absolutely. We started the stream talking about sovereign citizens, and I want to bring that up again later on in the stream, but right now we're fortunate enough to have Muhammad be with us, and so I want to make sure that we hear Muhammad's story, who's actively dealing with fighting the Taliban in Afghanistan. Muhammad said, "We have been used by empires. Enough is enough. Look at what you have done to us. Are you proud?" Um, Absolutely not. I think that's the thing that's most difficult about this situation. And I hope that can change the minds of people like Robert who are sitting here in the chat and talking about, oh, you should have been justified and, you should have been self-reliant by now. It's absolutely sad. And it's something that is incredibly harmful to uh, the people who are actively experiencing that on the ground. Afghanistan and its current situation is in big part the fault of the U.S. and the rest of the NATO allies. It's something that, again, we take for granted the lives that we have, but it comes from a really dark place. It comes from blood money. It comes from taking the resources of other countries and using them to our own advantage and for our own justification. The U.S.'s primary export is weapons. We, quite literally have a worldwide defense industry that creates military weaponry and sells them to other governments and other countries, either directly or indirectly through black markets. And, these companies that are created for that are designed for that purpose. And it's really sad. Upon Waves says sovereign citizen is an illegal status that's recognized in court. Agreed, it's not, and it's something that causes great harm to the micronational community and what people are trying to create legally because of people who are trying to find ways to skirt the law. Fake Name says pride is anything, and anything is wrong, I will never be proud. USR says, didn't the CIA fund the terrorists trying to kick out the communist government? Absolutely. They funded I forget the name. They funded a pre-Taliban organization that eventually became the Taliban. Muhammad said, if I have one wish for my sake, if I die, AP, make a stream when Afghanistan is liberated and celebrate. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, Muhammad, I hope with all my heart that you do not die. At least that if you do die, it's at a ripe old age, being able to enjoy the freedom of your nation and being able to enjoy the life that I've taken for granted for so long. Thank you again for sharing this, for telling us your story, and for making us realize how grateful we should be. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. I want you to know that I appreciate you, Muhammad, and that I don't think I appreciate you and people who are dealing with your situation enough. No matter how conscious we feel like we are, the way that the world works, or the injustices that are going on, we're always like, oh, I get it, I know how the world works, and it's absolutely shameful to feel that way. Again, I'm sorry. I'm at a loss for words because I want with all my heart to be able to snap my fingers and make your situation better, and it feels infuriating that I'm sitting on the other side of a screen and can't do anything to help you. But I'm lucky to have you here, Muhammad. I'm lucky to hear your story, and I want you to know that you being here has certainly changed my life and has certainly made an impact on how I see things every day. And I will continue to tell people about you, and I will continue to make it known that what's happening in Afghanistan is wrong and that we should actively be doing more to help. But on top of that, I think it's incredibly important that we do that. That, on the day that Afghanistan is liberated, we do celebrate. And we will. We will in your honor. But I want you to be there with us. I want you to be able to celebrate right along with us. So, I'm thankful for you being here, and just this conversation with you has definitely made a big impact on me. I want you to know personally, you have opened my eyes just a little bit more. Robert says, I'm trying not to be insulting. I'm remembering points from a video I watched a few months back. But Robert, I hear you. Do you think that video could have a bias? Do you think there may be a reason that the people who were supporting the talking points that you're sharing with us now have those opinions? Do you think that they could be, biased in their opinion? Do you think they've ever spoken to someone like Muhammad and heard the truth of the situation from somebody who's actively experiencing it? Vincent said, Muhammad, I mean, I don't know how difficult it is for you to do this or if it's illegal, but try writing an article and find a way to spread your story to others. Start local or try to get it out there. Absolutely. And I think that's the biggest problem is when your local government is actively run and controlled by the organization that is terrorizing people of your country. It seems like it would be difficult, if not impossible, to do that. But he is Mujahideen, absolutely. That was the name of the organization that came before the Taliban. Yes, that's I think what Muhammad is trying to do in this stream, is trying to raise awareness and trying to tell us what is happening. So what we have to do as our jobs is to spread that and to make that known. I'm going to be doing that after this stream. But I sincerely encourage you all to do the same. Don't forget this. Tell people you have micronations. You have an ability to speak out. Do that. Tell people that this is wrong. Tell people about Muhammad. Let them know what is happening and spread his message. Muhammad, every day that you can, come to talk to us, please let me know. My email address is aeternianempire@gmail.com, AETERNIAN at gmail, AETERNIANEMPIRE if you can possibly email me, please do. At any point that you are available to talk, I want to talk to you. And I want to have a stream so that you can continue to share what's happening to you and your family. We also have a Discord server that you can join. And you can message me directly. I'll put a link in the description for it after this stream so that you can join that. Again, message me directly whenever if you can join Discord, if that's something you have the ability to do. Whenever you have the ability to speak, I want you to be able to use this platform to continue to raise awareness for what's happening. We have to do that as well. If this is the only time that Muhammad does get to speak to us, we need to bring awareness to that, because Muhammad is one person out of thousands, millions of people that are dealing with situations just like his. So we have to be able to say something. We have to be able to do something. Robert says, quite frankly, I'm not trying to insult the Afghan people. I understand, Robert. Connor says, I wish people never resorted to violence for everything. Agreed, Connor. Vincent says, we funded them against the Soviets. Agreed. Ryan says, Operation Cyclone. I'm going to move that camera so that it's out of this direct sunlight because it's getting overheated. Excuse me. Ryan says, Operation Cyclone was the code name for the United States CIA program to arm and finance the Afghan Mujahideen in Afghanistan during the military intervention by the USSR in support of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan. Robert says they don't deserve it, but trying to point out the reality and goals of the U.S. and how they failed. Vince says, APF felt the same way about people feeling powerless. To help is dreadful. Absolutely. Fake name says, Muhammad, your story will be told for generations. I have a Western privilege. If I could, I would do everything in my power to help. The way that you can do that is to continue to spread that story. Absolutely. Christian said, Muhammad, if you can see this, may you live long enough to see peace and liberty in your time. Absolutely. Muhammad said, just spread my story. That is my wish. Tell people how big the suffering of Afghanistan is. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the least we can do. Upon Wave says, I feel that every nation, international or micronational, needs an intelligence agency / intelligence branch for all the cyber threats, data breaches. I definitely understand that. Upon Waves, that'll be something that we talk about in the future. But I think right now we should really be trying to ingrain Muhammad's story in our brains. UASR says, there may be only 17 people here to hear your story, but I know we will spread it. Absolutely. And if you can, please get more people in this stream to listen. Muhammad says, our president fled like a coward. For what did I vote for him? Absolutely. And that's a great question. When you see situations like that, and you see people in power just absolutely buckle and walk away from a situation, it makes you feel shame. I felt a similar thing when I saw the United States just pulling out of Afghanistan and leaving. People wanted the U.S. to leave Afghanistan for a long time, and I think it was still important for us to stop intervening in and meddling in the affairs of other countries. I'll always stand by that. But we had made promises to people that we didn't keep. We, tried to, deliver this concept of peace and of prosperity to Afghanistan, and we uprooted everything and then didn't put anything in its place, and we walked away with a half-done job that allowed someone else to come in and take our place, and someone who was much more knowledgeable of Afghanistan, being the Taliban, to come and take all of our equipment, all of the money that we had sunken into it, and continue to use that to fuel their own expansion and terror of that country. Robert says the U.S. hoped that Afghanistan would have a democratic elected government in 10 years by 2010, and when that date passed, his army deserted him. He was surrounded. Oh, talking about Ghani? Absolutely. Connor says, you're a great person, Muhammad. I hope you're liberated from the Taliban someday. Absolutely. Robert says, what was he going to do? Fight alongside the soldiers like a medieval king and get slaughtered? That's kind of what other leaders do. You know what I mean? That's what the president of Ukraine has done to some extent. I'm sure he's not right there on the front lines every single second, but yeah, there's some fighting that the leaders do. Bless you, Tim.
Thank you.
Again, I've never been in that situation, so I can't say, oh, he's easy to fight. It's not. It's horrible and it's scary, but that is an option that he, will be remembered for his decision on. Ryan says leading can include dying with a cause like a captain going down with the ship. Absolutely. If you're going to, stand and tell your people to die for a cause, and you're not willing to do that yourself, you shouldn't tell them to. You shouldn't, run for the leadership of a country if you're not willing to defend that country. Muhammad says, even if I am the last fighter, I will fight for the sake of freedom. Thank you, Muhammad. That's truly a testament to the human spirit. I would say that it's strange because I fortunately and hopefully I'll never have to know exactly what that's like, but I still nonetheless think that it's important that in hearing those words we understand just the seriousness that means. Watching the entire life that you've had be destroyed and be overturned, and feeling like you have no other option but to fight, and to fight even when everyone else around you is losing and fleeing and dying is a horrible situation. It's a situation that leaves someone feeling trapped, that their only way out is to try and fight. And I wish you luck, Muhammad. I would never wish, needing to fight or kill anyone to my worst enemy. But I know it seems necessary in your situation, and I'm sorry that that's the case. Robert says, easy for you to say that from your house by if you were him.
But if you were him, I think he's talking about someone else further up.
Absolutely. And you, Robert, you may be talking to me, saying, it's easy to talk about, fighting and going down with the ship and all that from your house, or you may have been talking to Ryan, but it's different if you were him. And you're right. I've never experienced battle. I've never fought, and I'm sure that's incredibly horrifying and scary and something that you don't want to do because you know that you're taking the lives of other people who have families and friends like you and who just want peace and who just want to be able to go home to those people. But nonetheless, sometimes you're backed into a corner and you're fighting for a cause that you have to in order to survive. Muhammad said, Robert, my house is half destroyed. I'm sorry to hear that, Muhammad. I don't think Robert was referring to you and his comments, but nonetheless, I'm sorry that they were so disrespectful, and if they did hurt your feelings, I apologize for that. Robert says, would you be willing? I doubt so. Absolutely. I'm not sure what I would do in that situation. I've never been in that situation, but I know it's probably the right thing to do. Robert says, I'd be willing to die to protect my family, wouldn't you? Oh, absolutely, Vincent. UASR says, yes. Muhammad said, what calms me is that I am clean in front of Allah. I fought against real disbelievers and traitors of Islam. Absolutely. And that's, again, that's something that's scary. It's scary to see people take up the same ideology as you and the same faith and the same belief as you. You know, people who in everyday life you would call your brothers and sisters, and those people to be waving banners that are representative of hate and of death and of destruction, and being being supportive of those people who are not following the tenets of that religion, who are not following the same faith as you, but claim to on the surface, claim that they're fixing things and making things better when all you've experienced is pain and suffering. And I'm sorry that you're having to fight, but I'm also sorry that you're having to fight people who look just like you, who believe the same things as you, who are your neighbors, who are your potentially your family members. That's scary. Robert says, easy to say, but the moment comes. Vincent says, when the moment comes, I'm ready to die, Robert. My family loved ones matter to me than my own life. I can definitely understand that, Vincent. Connor says, the Taliban is against God. They use violence, which is what God hates. They kill others. Agreed, Connor. Connor says, Muhammad is right. Muhammad said, Robert, if you are so brave, come to Panjshir. I have a house for you. Absolutely. Muhammad, I appreciate your sense of humor even in such dark times. I think that that's a lesson that we can all take, sincerely. We take it for granted, and it's easy to talk about all of these things through a screen. It's entirely different to be having your family torn apart, to be having your house blown in half, to be living in that every day. It's ridiculous. It's inhumane. It's suffering to the highest degree, and I only wish that you're able to find relief from that very soon, and that you're able to rebuild, and that you're able to come back one day and tell us about the life that you're living and about how you are continuing to honor your family and your community and your religion and the memory of the people that you've lost by living a good life and by helping to rebuild the nation that you have seen taken from you. Muhammad says, if you really want to fight, come to Afghanistan. Absolutely. That's something that I think people should consider doing, trying to support different causes. It's really interesting. In the United States, we're very hypocritical. People, even myself, I'm talking about, people shouldn't have left Afghanistan, people should, be continuing to fight, and they're such cowards and everything like that. But at the same time, it's difficult for me to make the decision to go and fight in Afghanistan. There are plenty of people who see, white Europeans getting attacked in Ukraine, and in the United States, there are, hundreds or thousands of people who are going and taking up arms and going overseas to fight in Ukraine against Russian aggression. What about the war that we started in the first place? What about in Afghanistan? Why aren't there Americans who are suiting up and going independently to fight and become a part of, Afghanistan's resistance? Why is it that Ukraine gets special treatment? It's strange. Robert says,
Because Ukraine wasn't started by the U.S.
but that
And
seems
so
like
the
even
U.S.
more
is like,
reason.
we're gonna be the hero again, and we're gonna forget about our past fails. Like, just ignore it, bury it under the rug.
Absolutely.
It's the thought process.
And that
It's
makes
terrible,
sense.
but like, seems to be how it goes.
Feeling like there's no like guilt, but you would think if there was guilt, it would make you even more encouraged to go and finish kind of what was started.
No, because when people are like, well, we're good here, I'm comfortable here, we still have all our stuff, that's going on in a different way. I can't see that from my house, so it's fine.
Absolutely.
It's a very gross mindset, but
It
it
is.
seems to be where it goes.
It is. Christian says, as a good leader, sometimes it's important to live to fight another day in certain situations as it is to die for your cause, so long as you do not abandon those willing to die for you. I completely agree. Nate says, when you're a leader, you lose the ability to think for yourself. I think that's true as well. When you make a promise to support and to defend people, yeah, sure, you have to pick and choose your battles, but, if you feel like your entire country is being taken over and there's no hope, it may be important to fight just as a statement to your people. Vincent says, at least in my years of living, it's been reinforced that family comes first and always. Absolutely. Robert says, come to Afghanistan. Muhammad says, nobody ever did something good for us after the 1990s. I agree. I think people just wanted to take. And I think even those initial attempts in the 1990s, were probably primarily for selfish gains, less about the people of Afghanistan and more so for geopolitical control of a region, to be able to spread their influence and their country's ideologies instead of trying to support what the people of Afghanistan and of the Middle East want for themselves. Vincent says, Nate, an example of this is on Daisy. I was on the front lines by guys who got people killed. Yeah, but this is like real life. Like, I get it, but I get the comparison, but it seems so wild to say that just in dealing with, somebody who's actually talking about the death of their friends and family. Vincent says, are you being sarcastic? Are you saying a real example of my statement? I'm skeptical, sorry. Mohammed says, well, AP, when is your next stream? I'll probably be doing a stream tomorrow. My stream will be tomorrow. Let me see what time it is now. It's around 5:05 p.m. here. I will try to do it at roughly the same time, so maybe somewhere from 2 to 3 p.m. this time, about 2 or 3 hours ago, and then to now. So absolutely, we will continue to spread your story, and we will make sure that we try to have you on as much as possible. Again, if there's an email address that I may be able to reach you at, please let me know. I would really like to be able to reach out to you and speak to you, even if not on stream. Muhammad said, just want to know if I come good if I don't spread my story. Regardless, we will absolutely spread your story. But I would love to see you again if at all possible. Nate says, Muhammad, he tries every day and sometimes every other day. Absolutely. We will try to make it, especially because of you, but we're trying to stream as much as possible. Robert says, Muhammad, assassinate Taliban leaders, study assassinations. That's such a wild concept. He's fighting on the edges of the Taliban controlled nation. Like, he's in a province that's trying to push back and create a more free territory for the people that are surrounding them. You think he's going to go into the heart of Afghanistan, into the most Taliban populated areas, leaving the remnants of his family behind to continue to have to try and fight on their own if they can against the people who are actively trying to take over the rest of his home territory in Panjshir, to go all the way to the heart of Afghanistan and to try and sneak through all of that, which at any point traveling on any road he could be arrested and jailed, and executed, more than likely, to get all the way to the leader of the Taliban, who would be surrounded by guards and try to assassinate that person.
Who's
That's very unrealistic.
what's that? Rambo? It's not Rambo. Rambo is not like real life. You can't just have one person go through and destroy an army of people.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. So Vincent says, yeah, sorry. Nate said, gotcha. No, it's all good, Vincent. Again, I know you were trying to just give an anecdote for the situation, and I definitely agree. I just feel like it's wild, because it's just so shocking that we're dealing with something that's very raw and very intense here. A lot of the time, I feel like that's perfectly applicable, but here it's just, I don't know. There's something that feels strange about it. Connor says, why are sovereign citizens against micronations? Because that was the start of the stream, I will give a brief description, but I want to focus on Muhammad as much as possible. They were founded on racist principles. The ideology that they have created and set up is based on a conspiracy theory, and it doesn't hold up. Some sovereign citizens have tried to create micronations, and they are the antithesis of what micronations are actually hoping to do, going through a legal process to create an independent country that is recognized and that is supported by people. They just want to find a way to justify their breaking of the law, which is completely different. Robert says, get an intern job for him and get close and then stabby stab. Robert, what do you... I feel like that's very... Again, it just seems not connected to reality there. Raz says, Robert, that ain't how it works. Yeah. Richard says, bless you, Tiffany.
Thank you. I'm pretty blessed.
Absolutely. I think, especially after the stream, we all feel blessed to hear Muhammad's story and to be living lives that are not as in turmoil currently. Raz says, you know how many people tried to assassinate Hitler that way? Absolutely. Raz says, also, I don't think you can intern for being a terrorist. Agreed. The micronationalist says, are you monetized yet? No, we're not, but we are at 3,575 watch time hours right now. So hopefully by the end of the stream, we will hit 3,600 watch time hours. If we can keep pushing and keep going, we should hit 4,000 before August. So that is our hope. We want to continue to stream every day to see if we can't reach those goals. Ryan says, the Russian biolab conspiracies have been circulating amongst the U.S. far right. Absolutely. UASR says, you might want to study Viet Cong tactics like spider holes just in case. Vincent says, Muhammad, so is your community fighting for your province's freedom? That is quite admirable. If successful, could get other people to attempt the same. Absolutely. Again, and I think it is about rallying support, but it also would be wild because, in Panjshir, they're actively fighting, but there are plenty of other places that are under, extreme strict control. So it would be very difficult, I think, to be able to rally that support. Muhammad said there are 3 provinces that are still free. Wonderful. So then there is some external support that you have. Muhammad, are you in one of the more free of those 3? Are you more on the front lines of that? Or if you were to go to one of these other provinces, do you think it would be easier for you and your family to live? Or is Panjshir the best opportunity you have? Christian says, chopping the head off these types of groups doesn't destroy them. This isn't the Galactic Empire where killing the Sith leads to a happy ending. I completely agree, Christian. That's very well said. Robert says, wait, after he dies, you declare yourself president. Robert, stop. Connor says, so sovereign citizens are anti-government, but racist? Yes, 100%. Vincent said, that's good, Muhammad. Keep pushing. And not all sovereign citizens are racist, but the ideology stems from a racist hate group. And a lot of the conspiracy theory is based around, racist propaganda. Vincent said, that's good, Muhammad. Keep pushing. Try to make a newspaper to rally the provinces and take back your country after time. Onyx says, I rally for Muhammad. Agreed. Onyx says, he just won in millions. Save Afghanistan. Absolutely. UASR says if only that easy. Um, Muhammad says, Robert, I can't. He's more protected than the U.S. president. And that makes sense. If you're the leader of a very controversial organization, and especially if you are trying to actively retain control over a country that your organization was just able to wrestle control over, you would be very heavily guarded so as not to be assassinated. Um, uh, Ryan says UASR, the situation in Afghanistan is far more desperate than the Viet Cong, who had foreign support from the Russian and Chinese empires. Absolutely. Um, Connor said Onyx is speaking in English but with a Greek alphabet. Christian says, as someone who has had family living under cartel dominance, assassinations and internal gang wars happen all the time. All that happens is a new kingpin takes over or a new cartel takes their place. I completely agree. And it's just this ongoing cycle of suffering. Without more external intervention, without large-scale funding to stop the issues, there really isn't a good solution. And even then, that's a long, drawn-out thing. The U.S. was in Afghanistan for 20 years, so even then, it's still absolutely a long, decades, maybe centuries long issue to try and solve. UASR says, I'm saying that the Vietnam tactics are smart and you can study them. Um, Absolutely. Um, Connor said I had to go. God bless Muhammad. Absolutely. Good to see you, Connor. Raz says they were smart for what they were doing. They were also in a different environment under different circumstances. Completely. Upon Wave says bye, Connor. Onyx says in coffee, talking about his language. Muhammad says, but the biggest problem is those provinces are split by the Taliban. They have no natural protection like Panjshir does. Okay, so Panjshir would be the best place for you to be. Have any of those resistance fighters been coming to Panjshir to kind of increase the density of those fighters? Is there a way to better network between those fighters? I imagine communication is quite difficult. Um, and as well, having no real way to be supplied, to have a continual supply of weapons or food or, protective clothing or anything would be incredibly difficult to hold any kind of standing resistance. Vincent says the world is just hasn't been the same after 2020. It's quite sad. Absolutely. Muhammad says since Taliban takeover, only 50 fighters came. Oh, okay. Wow. So you have 50 fighters. Is it is that reasonable to hold off the Taliban? It's an entire country of people. I imagine that very quickly you would be afraid of being overwhelmed. Is it um, uh, um, is it something that can be able to, is there some way that you can be provided external funding or external support? Is there a way that, um, your country can be, your province can be aided by the other provinces around you that are still free? Um, Vincent says, I know this seems dumb, but try forming a nation or alliance of free provinces. I think trying to do that, Vincent, I don't think it's dumb, but I think it draws extra attention to the people who would be, supporting it. So I think a lot of the benefit that they have currently is that they are, um, um, that they are, that the Taliban can't easily identify who would be a resistance fighter. Uh, Upon Wave says, Robert, are you an Eternian citizen? Robert is not an Eternian citizen. Muhammad said there is 1,000 of them in the mountains. There are only 300 resistance fighters. Oh, goodness. Are the resistance fighters able to be restocked? Are they, able to get some external funding or support? Muhammad said all provinces are controlled by the Northern Alliance, but there is no communication. Absolutely. So when all those provinces are controlled by the Northern Alliance, is there a way to um, um, uh, provide any kind of uh, resource replenishment? Is there any um, way to continue to supply that group? Muhammad says because Taliban cut off all electricity. Absolutely. Um, hmm. Muhammad, how are you able to like charge your phone? How are you, or your laptop or whatever you're using? How are you able to get electricity? Muhammad says I live on generators. Absolutely. Um, so you're able to be supplied with oil then to run your generators. Um, okay. Vincent says, what about pigeons, carrier pigeons? What about runners? Um, Upon Wave says, how long have you been without electricity? Muhammad said, generators. Absolutely. Since the Taliban came. So you're able to be supplied with some oil. I imagine that's rare. Um, is there, you know, is there a way you're getting weapons as well? Lesberry said runners would be shot or interrogated. Absolutely. Um, um, Raspberry says who? Robert sources. Muhammad says what? Muhammad, you know, you are on the ground there. You are the person who is dealing with this. Don't listen to people who are just spouting outside opinions and stuff. They're not important. Don't worry about it. Um, but Muhammad, I am trying to learn about, I guess, the ways that you're supplied. Is there a way for you to increase that supply? Is there anything that your province is able to develop that could, or to, do that would increase funding that you could get? Is there any way, you're able to access the internet right now? Is there any platform that people can send you money through or anything like that? I imagine it'd be hard for you to get and access it because, even if you had like an online account, how would you get the money out? You'd have to go to somewhere where you could pull the money out, but there wouldn't just be a bank sitting around. So how would that work? How are people paying for things right now in Panjshir? How do people do transactions? Muhammad says from a few months. Yeah, don't worry about them, Muhammad. Um, Robert says, Raspberry says, Muhammad says they haven't had much gasoline. Yeah. Muhammad says I have an AK-47. It's from the 1970s. Muhammad says my family has stored oil for years, so we're lucky. Absolutely. Um, I'm glad to hear that you have some resources and that you've been able to support yourself and protect yourself relatively well. Do you create your own ammunition? Are you able to restock your own ammunition, or are you having to find ammunition? Do you just have a limited supply? Upon Wave says that's good. Raz says, do you have anything more reliable? What do you mean? No. Robert says, okay, I'm gonna admit I'm kind of ill-informed on the true situation. I would agree, Robert, but it happens. Muhammad says, no, nothing. Muhammad says, Terminated says about the oil, I believe. Good, Muhammad, I support you. He's glad that you have a generator. He's glad that you're being supported. Raz says, I know an AK is good and the older ones are better, but do you have any more powerful weapons? No, they're doing whatever they can to survive, Raz. Vincent says, Muhammad, I know this is kind of outlandish to ask, but what brought you to the stream? I joined in the middle. Absolutely. Raz says, about how many rounds do you have? Homer and Bart Show says, Muhammad, you use satellite internet. Muhammad said, last time we got ammo was in February when some unknown people came and just gave us 6 crates of ammo. That's wonderful. That's good to hear. It seems like outside sources are trying to help to some extent, but certainly very scary. So it seems like you're uh, running low. Wave says AK is a very reliable rifle. Absolutely. It certainly is, especially one from the 1970s. That's incredible that it's still working and functional, and that you're able to keep it up.
Very recommended.
Absolutely. Muhammad said it was on my recommended list. Thank you very much for one out of all the things that you could have searched to look up right now. Thank you very much for going through your recommended feed and for being a part of this stream. I appreciate you for commenting. I appreciate you for wanting to tell us your story and talking to us. It is absolutely incredibly concerning to see this situation, and I want to learn more about it. I want to be able to raise awareness. I hope that, if we can reach somebody else who's like you, who's in Afghanistan, who can maybe connect to you, that would be amazing. I want to try to, if anybody out there can do more than me, through the power of the internet, find people who he can connect with in Afghanistan, find ways for people to get involved, because this is absolutely scary. Thank you, too. I have something on me. Eyelash.
I was just stuck right there in the corner. I imagine it was agitated.
Muhammad said yes. Vincent said, interesting. What made you join? Muhammad said, I want to let people know the situation in Afghanistan, and we appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. Vincent said, well, you came to the right place considering most of the audience are people from the Western world. Absolutely. Muhammad says, you're not funny, Robert. I agree. Robert, a lot of the stuff you're saying is completely inappropriate for this situation. Muhammad, I'm sorry you're having to deal with Robert right now. This is ridiculous. Raz says, no. A point. Yes, thank you. Raz says, no. Upon Wave says, my brother would. The good news is, Muhammad, Robert watching this, even though he's commenting and being insensitive, is still helping to promote the stream, which means hopefully other people will come into it and be recommended it just like you were, so that it can be shared with a larger audience. Upon Wave says, my brother was stationed in Afghanistan last year for 5 months. I'm not sure what mission he was on. Wow. So he was in the final final missions in Afghanistan. Raz says Houston has energy issues. The end. Robert's complaining about $100 to fill up gas. Muhammad's saying they don't have gas. Again, Robert, what you're saying is completely insensitive. You're comparing your situation in the United States, in Texas, in a place where sure things may be difficult, to an American standard, which is, why are you even trying to make that comparison? That's ridiculous. Raz says, Robert, this isn't about you. Agreed. Onyx says, Muhammad, if you had a Discord, I would let you vent and raise awareness in my server. Absolutely. Richard says, Muhammad, reach out to firearms and ammunitions manufacturers. They may donate weapons and ammunition to your cause. Absolutely, but it would be difficult for him to bring them in, Richard. How would you smuggle them in? Vincent says, hi, Richard. Robert says, quite frankly, I'm kind of out of the loop. Richard says, hi, and I'm being stupid, but I'm kinda. Muhammad says, one of my friends, Abdullah, said to me, I will be back. That happened in August. He didn't come back since. I'm sorry to hear potentially the loss of Abdullah. Do you know if he is in jail? I guess you say he hasn't come back, so you don't know. I guess I would hope that he is still alive. Potentially he's jailed. Maybe one day, again, as things continue to get further progressed, hopefully as more provinces become liberated, you may be able to find Abdullah again and connect with him. I certainly am sad to hear that he is not with you anymore, and I am concerned that may mean the worst, that he may be dead. And if that's the case, I'm absolutely sorry for his loss, a loss of a good friend, and I'm sure someone who meant a lot to you in an incredibly scary time. Someone, I'm sure, who fought alongside you. Ryan says the last couple of things Robert was saying is true. Texas is moving toward a sexual crisis and a civil war in the U.S. I saw that as well. They're trying to secede. It's silly. Muhammad's last I heard was that he went to Mazar. I was he going there to try and get more aid? Was he going there to try and fight? What was the? Do you know what the plan was? Was he going to visit family potentially to check on people? Robert says yes. Thanks, all art. Christians at Houston, there are far worse things going on in Texas regarding its lunatic government. I am from Texas. Than the simple issue of gas prices. However, this isn't about Texas right now. I agree, Christian. As well, Christian, you seem like a cool person. Again, I would encourage you to reach out. Eternianempire@gmail.com or our Discord. I'll leave a link in the description later. I am really trying to connect with more people. I would love to talk to you on stream one day if you have the time as well. Vincent said, everywhere is hurting in the world we live in. Raz says, I know two people who were stationed in Afghanistan as EOD techs. One of them was a bomb squad team leader and a sergeant, either first, second, or third class. Interesting. Porn Wave says, there's a problem here, but those problems are not comparable to the problems in Middle East and third world countries. Agreed. White One said I'm 2 hours late, but we're still here to, we're still glad to have you here, White One. Muhammad says, I don't know nothing. I'm sorry to hear, Muhammad. Robert says I'm saying stuff from ill experience. It's okay, Robert. Thank you for being honest about that. Again, I think right now it's just important to try and listen and to try and understand what Muhammad's trying to tell us. Layman says, quick question, what did I join into? Quick recap. So initially we were talking about sovereign citizens. They're a disgusting and racist group of people that are causing a lot of problems for the micronational community. However, during the middle of the stream, we encountered Muhammad, who came to tell us about the situation going on in his home province of Panjshir in Afghanistan. He is a part of the Northern Alliance, a resistance group that is fighting back against the Taliban control of his country and trying to protect himself and his family. Incredible sadness, an incredibly difficult story to hear. He is incredibly worried about his family and the ability that they will have to survive these continued fights between their provinces and the military of the Taliban and the fighters in the Taliban, especially since the Taliban has been equipped with lots of U.S. equipment and weapons. It's becoming more difficult for them to fight. So he's trying his best to save what's left of his family and his home from Taliban invasion. It's incredibly sad. It's an incredibly difficult situation to be encountering, and I only hope the best for Muhammad. We're trying to learn more about his story. If you are a part of this stream right now, please raise awareness for the things that we're hearing. Please try to let Muhammad's story be known. Muhammad said, I'm hearing gunshots. One moment. Please be careful, Muhammad. We're all thinking about you, and we're all here with you. I'm concerned. I'm concerned for Muhammad, you guys. Vincent said, what if we donated money to help, or would we not be able to send money? I tried to ask Muhammad about that, and if there would be a way to, and if I understood his comments correctly, because I was reading previous comments, it sounded like he was saying there wouldn't be a good way. I mean, if there is a way, Muhammad, please let us know. But from what it seems to me, he's in a situation where he's in a rural part of Afghanistan trying to fight back with equipment that they're being gifted by people that they don't know. Things are getting smuggled to them to try and fight back against the government of Afghanistan, which is currently the Taliban, a horrible and ruthless group. The Taliban controlling all of the infrastructure of Afghanistan, and many countries now negotiating and working with the Taliban as the de facto government in Afghanistan, means that, though he may have internet access right now, it would be difficult for him to make use of that to a high degree because, for example, he said he's running his phone and his equipment off of generators. So if he went to try to pull money out of a bank or something, he would, be arrested as a resistance fighter or executed. How do you turn those online dollars into actual funding and support for his cause? It could be. Uh, Whitewind says, would Muhammad and his people be able to set up some sort of website for people to buy stuff from which he can then buy military equipment from other countries? I mean, again, I think that's the big difficulty. First, how would they ship things? Like, it's not like they have the U.S. Postal Service or whatever in Afghanistan. Like, they're isolated from the rest of the world, so they would have to have some way to, smuggle things in and out of the area that they're in while they're constantly being fought. Muhammad said, I'm back. Muhammad, thank you for joining us. Please tell us, is there any way that people can donate online or to help support you financially? I know. Ooh, Muhammad said 2 Taliban terrorists got in. I'm sorry that happened, Muhammad. Are you okay? Is everyone okay? Please let us know. Is there any way that we can help you as well? Is there any way that we can provide funding? I know there are, online ways for us to donate money if you can have them set up. But is there any way that you would be able to make use of that? Would you be able would that benefit you in any way? We want to help. Muhammad said, I'm sorry, but no, there's no way. That's okay, Muhammad. Thank you for telling us. I'm so sorry that this is happening and that there isn't a direct way to help you. Like I said, if I understand the situation correctly, you would have to be smuggled things. You would have to have things brought across battle lines to be able to get to you and your people. And that's what had to happen with those crates of ammo. Um, Robert says, why are you drilling chatting if there are towards Talibans in your house? Why? And Muhammad said, Robert, because they've been killed. Muhammad, I'm sorry to hear that more bloodshed had to happen, but I'm glad that you and your people are safe. Did you lose anybody in that fighting? Let us know what happened. Whitewind says, Whitewind still does not recognize the Taliban as a country and still sees Afghanistan as the ruling government over the area. Absolutely, and I think that's the way that most people here feel, especially Muhammad. Robert says 2 Taliban terrorists got in. Raz says you shot them or someone else. Muhammad says not by me. Vincent said good man. Robert says oh. Nate says, may I ask Muhammad, 2 Taliban in your house? My friends did. I imagine he's saying his friends shot them. Were your friends hurt at all? Is everything okay? Vincent says, hey, at least he left the call in case he had to defend him. Agreed. His home. Muhammad said, no, they just got into our town. Still, scary. Nate says, or am I misunderstanding your statement? Raz says, I don't feel sorry for terrorists. I feel sorry for the people the terrorists forced into their groups. Agreed. And that's tough, right? Because then those people are identified as terrorists. So it's a brutal cycle where, people are choosing sides, fighting for these causes, and then ending up in situations where they are then recognized as a part of that, even if they weren't intending to be initially, even if they were just doing what they had to survive. Even though people are trying to protect themselves and their family, it's still incredibly scary. Muhammad said nothing else. Muhammad, I'm glad to hear that no one else was hurt. I appreciate you telling us. Robert says, but remember, like how y'all die for a cause the Taliban did. What? Raz says, it was going to be someone who died. I'd rather it be the terrorists. Agreed. Richard says, terrorists are one of the greatest evils of our time. Agreed. Whitewind says, Muhammad, I would recommend gathering your town or group for a meeting so you can all dig trenches at the entrance to your town and set up weapons in the trenches so you can fight them off fast. Whitewind, I'm sure they have more than that done. You know what I mean? I'm not sure that trenches are the best for their defense. Maybe they've already set that up. Maybe they are using trenches, but I imagine they already have a defensive perimeter set up. I'm sure, having consistently been fighting people, there's a number of things that they've been doing, certainly. From experience, having had to be in a battle zone for decades. Upon Wave says the Taliban are so difficult to fight too because it's not like they have official uniforms. Exactly. You can only know by having been there and experienced what's happening. Robert says you might die for freedom, but they died for Sharia, and then Muhammad replied correcting him, Sharia law. Raspberry says, or create a fire barrier that can be activated at a moment's notice. Raz, with what? With the gasoline that they have? With the oil that they have? They shouldn't do that. That would be wasting a resource that they need. These are very dramatic things, certainly, and things that may be effective, but certainly aren't most beneficial for their resources. I think what they're doing is probably the best that they have. Vincent says trenches will get you killed in the modern battlefield. Agreed. Whiteman says yes and no. If they aren't using tanks, it won't get you killed. Regardless, I mean, they're snipers. It's just not a good idea. Raspberry says trenches have been used in modern wars, Vincent. Yeah, but this is not what we're talking about. Muhammad said they are recognizable because they have flags with Shahada, white and black flags. Yeah, absolutely. Were they, bringing one of those flags as you fought them? Was that the group of two that had come in?
It doesn't matter even if you do use trenches, because even if it is beneficial for you for a moment, if you last that long, it'll also just the conditions within a trench will kill you, let alone
Sure.
Because they brought up World War I, and yeah, a lot of people just died because of the trenches.
Sure.
Not even from gunshot, they just got sick in the trenches and then died.
Sure. And the other thing, if you're defending a town and you have 50 people, you're going to tell all those 50 people to go out in the middle of the scorching heat in Afghanistan and spend all their time and resources digging trenches when they could just be saving their energy to fight people that are constantly invading them. Christian said there's also the matter of Afghanistan's incredibly treacherous mountains. Having looked at the area, Panjshir is very close to the capital in Kabul, but those mountains make travel difficult. Absolutely. And Muhammad is saying that he may have to flee into the mountains at some point. Vincent said, but there are better ways to make defenses than trenches. Agreed. Muhammad says we have a ton of those. A ton of trenches? Oh, interesting. Raspberry says foxholes have been used. A ton of the flags, I imagine. A ton of their flags. Muhammad says they always bring one flag. Interesting. And it seems like you're always confiscating their flags. You're always taking them back. What do you do with the flags? Do you burn the flags? I'm just curious. Do you tear them? I imagine you wouldn't burn them because you wouldn't want to waste the gas. And we burn it. Okay, there we go. No, he answered. Perfect. And we burn it. Makes sense. That's interesting.
Probably only need a little bit just to start it.
Absolutely.
And they may not even have to use gas depending on what the flag is made of.
Have you ever used their flag to deceive them? Have you ever, used the Taliban flag to make them think that they're going toward friends and then attack? White One says, Muhammad, what town are you in right now? Are you near Pakistan or Kyrgyzstan? Ryan says trenches used in World War I were effective. He's in Panjshir Provence. I'm not sure what the specific town is. Ryan says trenches in World War I were effective because of numerous machine gun emplacements, among other things. And he says in the Vietnam War, Vincent says pillboxes and bunkers are useful for defense. I feel like you guys are giving advice from a perspective of just not having been there. I'm sure they are doing the things that have worked most effectively for them in their specific area. Sure, if you have a ton of resources and equipment, yeah, you can make more improvements, but I imagine they're trying to do things as efficiently as they can for the size and capabilities that they have. Raspberry
If
says,
they're only getting a couple at a time, then they seem rather quick to get it.
oh, absolutely. Raspberry says, makeshift pipe bombs. Um, uh, Potentially. But again, the resources. Like, where are you going to get the resources to make the bombs? Muhammad says, we did sometimes. Um, Interesting. So you did use it to trick them. Yeah, thank you, Tiff.
Or deceive, whichever one you like.
WAV says, but I think trenches, foxholes, and sandbag bunkers are most affordable means of defenses. Even then, labor is needed. Onyx says, nice. Muhammad says, ignorant villagers. The people that you're fighting are ignorant villagers? I don't fully understand your comment there, Muhammad. I'm still sorry to hear about this situation. I keep saying that, but it's just mind blowing to me. Onyx says, Taliban, small brain confirmed. Raspberry says, was there an accident with explosives? Vincent says, Muhammad, does Khyber Pass still make weapons? Whiteman says, he is close to Pakistan, which I think Pakistan are aiding the Taliban. Yes, and it's definitely concerning. Muhammad says, no, Pakistan isn't aiding them anymore. Oh, interesting. Well, that's good, at least, that you're not getting, you know, even more concern built around your community. It's still not good, but at least you are. They're not getting additional outside support. Muhammad said Khyber Pass. I'm also not sure of what that is. Vincent says, I might be thinking of somewhere else. Onyx says, I have a friend in Pakistan and they hate the Taliban. Absolutely. I think a lot of people do. Richard says, Muhammad, ANFO would be a good option if you have access to high nitrogen fertilizer and kerosene. I think they're trying to conserve their gas as much as possible, any kind of, gas that they have. And as well, nitrogen fertilizer, it would seem like that would be rare. It would seem like that'd be incredibly rare for them to be able to find. Whiteman says, would you be able to flee into Pakistan if you had to, or would they arrest you? That's a great question, Whiteman. Vincent says, it's a small village that makes homemade firearms. I'm curious to know the answer. Vincent says, it's like a small village that makes homemade firearms. Up One Wave says, it truly blows my mind that they got a hold of weapons. Agreed.
Of our weapons.
Of our weapons. Absolutely. Agreed. Muhammad said, since Khan came, he stopped aiding them. That's good. Richard said, diesel works good also. Ryan says, a Khyber Pass copy is a firearm manufactured by cottage gunsmiths in the Khyber Pass region in Pakistan. So Pakistan, yeah, you would have to get potentially support from Pakistan. Christian says, I'm operating under the assumption that Muhammad's group has done everything to defend their base and hold their own as best as possible. Attempts to pass along advice can come across as insensitive. I agree, especially because we're not there. Like, we're not in the situation. We've never fought the Taliban, or at least I know I haven't. It would be incredibly insensitive to say that. I would agree, Christian. Raz says, it doesn't blow my mind. Vincent says, okay, Ryan, I thought it was in Afghanistan. Raz says, it was a stupid tactical error made by someone who did not know how to run or care for the military. Makes sense. Fake name says, Muhammad, have you ever been able to conduct a night raid on a Taliban depot or ambush a Taliban patrol? Muhammad says, I cannot flee because they would arrest me and send me to the Taliban. Are there any, you said there are 3 provinces that are currently free. Are they close to each other? Are they, in places that you can contact them and try to connect to them? Are they neighboring provinces, or are they spread out between Taliban-controlled areas? Whitewind says, Muhammad, would you be able to flee into Pakistan? Yep. Onyx says, now what? Raz says, Muhammad, I really hope to see you again next stream. Agreed. I guess that would be my biggest question. My biggest concern would be, is there some way for you to connect to the rest of these fighters around Afghanistan? Is there a way for you to start to increase your numbers? Whitewind says, I gotta go. Good night, AP. I have to go work outside right now. Absolutely. Um, uh, you know, um, Muhammad, is there anywhere where we can continue to follow you on the internet? Is there any way that we can continue to, see your story and to continue to hear from you? Do you upload things on any social media? Do you, is there any way for us to get in contact with you further? Whitewind says, I gotta go. Good night, AP. Good night, Whitewind. Christian said, a better way to approach this would be to find any and all legal as well as safe avenues to have material aid sent into the region. Agreed. Um, um, Onyx said the Taliban is bad, and Onyx said, Christian, I agree. Absolutely. Vincent said, Muhammad, I wish the best of luck to you and your fellow freedom fighters, and I hope you are on the list of names that liberated Afghanistan. I agree. Onyx says, I will add your story to my Onyx clan website. Very cool. To Muhammad. Muhammad said, no, I have to go through 2 provinces to go to the next free province. This is the safest place. Makes sense. I guess I would ask then, is there, because you are near Kabul, so you're near, near one of the most heavily fortified places in Afghanistan. Um, Also being near Pakistan, do you have any connection to people in Pakistan? Do you have any connection to these other provinces at all? Raspberry says, what is the most powerful weapon you would say your province has? Onyx, I imagine, Raz, I would imagine they're the AK-47s, the Kalashnikovs. Onyx says, Muhammad, I will make sure your word is spread. Absolutely, we all should. Thank you, Onyx. Vincent says, so does the Taliban have like border checkpoints for provinces? Is it hard to travel between provinces? Absolutely. And again, Muhammad, I know we're asking you a lot of questions. I know you're trying your best to answer them. Please forgive us if anything comes off insensitive. If anything I say is ignorant, please let us know. Again, we're just trying to wrap our head around the situation, to try and understand. And also, we want to try and offer our opinion, even if it's uneducated. Muhammad says, where are you active? On which platforms? For myself, Discord, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. We're on all of these. We're YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Discord, Reddit, all of those. Ooh, Muhammad said, I will install that Discord thing. I will connect to you. Vincent says, okay. Vincent, can you please post a link to our Discord server? Oh goodness. Let me, I will be, no, but it won't let you post a link. I think I have to do it. Yeah, I'm still here, guys. Give me 1 second. Sorry, everybody. I'm posting a link now to our, Discord server. Oh goodness. How do I post it though? How do I can't type. 1 second. I gotta go. Tiffany, would you do me a favor? Would you be able to go get my laptop? If so, I can do it quickly. I wanna be able to post a link for you, Muhammad, so that you can join directly from the stream, so that way it doesn't get disconnected.
In the description of your YouTube.
But I didn't post it. The link doesn't always work. I changed the link, so. Oh goodness, Muhammad, we're gonna get it set up for you. I definitely want to make sure that you're able to reach out. I want to learn more about you. I want to be able to help in any way that I can. Vincent says, I can't post links on stream. You could put it in the description. We're going to do both. Muhammad says, I'm going to install it now. Thank you, Muhammad. I am going to absolutely send the link in the live chat so that you can click on it and join right away. Vincent says, all right, you have Aeternia's support, Muhammad. 100%. We are trying to push for our own independence, Muhammad, but we're trying to do so legally and safely, and we're trying to raise awareness about a lot of the problems in the United States, one of which being the problems that have been created in Afghanistan. And so 100% we are in support of you, Muhammad. It'll be fine. Just, yeah, we'll plug it in over here. I'm getting things set up, guys. Excuse me. I'm trying to make sure that everything works for getting Muhammad this link. Thank you so much, Tiffany. I appreciate it. Oh, I know. I want to see if I can do it quick.
Who did you stop on?
What's up?
Who did you stop on?
I'm not sure. Aeternia, you have Aeternia's support, Muhammad? I think that was the last thing. Right now, I'm getting it set up so that I can post it in the live, the link in the live chat for you guys. If anyone else wants to join our Discord, please feel free to as well. It's a good way to learn about our nation as well as our people. Let's see.
So, Onyx said that I will pray for your safety and Oxyclans.
Onyx, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sending the news to my allies. Nate said I will pray for the safety of all the Afghanistan citizens.
Absolutely. I'm trying to connect to our Discord server right now so that I can send you this, Muhammad.
Vincent said, I wish we could send you stuff. I have U.S. military equipment from the 80s and 90s I have in abundance of. Richard said, AP would be lost without Tiffany.
I agree. That's accurate. Okay.
I'm caught up for right now.
Okay. So first off, let me... Goodness. Discord's being weird.
Raspberry said, how are you currently organized, Muhammad? Do you have a government or is it just anarchy? Onyx says, I want to help, but I don't know how.
I think that's how we all feel, Onyx. I would say, if I understand Raz, they are an individual territory. They're in Panjshir Provence. They're an individual town within Panjshir Provence. So I imagine there is some sort of connection, but I imagine it's not like a very strict or organized government.
Vincent said they probably are just a community of people.
Yes. I think you're correct.
Jump back to my seat so that you could be on the screen and I don't keep blocking you.
Trying to jump into our Discord. I don't know what's happening right now. It's taking a second to actually come up.
Raspberry said, I don't know how to word it. I said anarchy to mean governmentless. Is that right?
To mean what?
I'm just reading it word for word, but it's all one word. I'm reading it like how you read together. But
Governmentless.
oh, because typo. I got it. My mind just didn't register apparently. Oh, yeah, because he corrected it below.
Okay. I'm having to restart my computer. I just want to keep everybody updated. I'm still trying to get the link for you there, Muhammad. I'm having to restart my computer because my Discord application is not working properly.
On the your keyboard in case your keyboard wasn't working.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that.
Vincent said, Miss Tiffany, hello, you don't read comments too often. Yes, I know. I don't. I'm slightly dyslexic, so I mess stuff up, so I usually don't like to read them. Christian said, until this stream, I had no idea there were still rebel activities in Afghanistan trying to fight off the Taliban. The American media certainly made it seem like the fighting simply stopped.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm sure the Taliban doesn't want people talking about that.
I don't want people talking about it either.
That's true. Because
So
then
they're
it
just
just reminds people that, hey, we left people who are still suffering and trying to fight to this day.
Yeah. Victor said, "May the shield of Allah." How do I say it
Allah.
properly? Allah. Okay. Allah and the prayers of the Van Doom family be with you, brother Muhammad. Christian said, "That said, I am glad you shared your experience, Muhammad. You, along with other groups like yours, are keeping the hope of liberty alive for so many people." Muhammad said, "Okay, I made an account."
Thank you very much, Muhammad. I'm actively going into our YouTube stream right now so that I can post that link for you. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and post it. Once you jump in, you can either message me directly. I'm Emperor AP. If you can find out how to do that. If not, just message in one of the chats and say I'm Muhammad, and I will try to reach out to you.
Well,
Let
if
me see.
anything, you could always, like, once he gets started and he notifies you what his name is in the general group chat, you could set up the private, and then he should be able to
Yeah.
see it in his notifications.
That's true, Muhammad. Once you join our server, tell me what your thing is. Let me see.
Your account name.
Your account name is.
Vincent said, "What's it called?" Ryan said, "In terms of..." Oh, goodness, I can't read that now. It's too
Okay.
weird words.
Muhammad, I added you and I sent you the link. Let me see if it shows up on our screen. Can you scroll down? Let me know. It should show up. Let me know.
Yes.
Yeah, it did. Got it. Okay, awesome. Muhammad,
Okay.
there's the link.
Is
I
it
want to make sure that I reach out
Is
to
it-
Muhammad.
Immunology?
What?
I haven't seen that word, so I don't know how to say it properly.
Etymology. It's just like
Yeah.
the basis of words, like what language words come from. Like the origin of a word is etymology.
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 I'm gonna think of edamame when I go to
Ooh,
read that word next
Muhammad's
time.
in. Salam alaikum, Muhammad. Oh goodness. Salam alaikum. Okay, I'm gonna private message you, Muhammad, so that we can continue to talk.
Yeah, Muhammad said you have it up there, and then Richard said that may you and your resistant fighters send Taliban to the hell it deserves. Vincent was also telling you he joined the Discord, and then Muhammad said I'm in.
Thank you for joining, Vincent. Thank you for hanging out with us.
He's been in the chat.
He has been, and he's been. If it's the right Vincent, yeah, he's been part of the server.
Vincent.
Yep, Vincent's been. He's one of our citizens. He's been
Yeah,
in there.
he's the one who's doing the live streams a couple of times too. I know. I know
Awesome.
what you've been doing.
Muhammad and I connected. Hey, awesome. Thank you.
Onyx said time to add your friend.
Absolutely.
Fiercely typing in the background. You have a lot to say.
Yes. So what I sent Muhammad, I'll read out to you guys. We just connected through direct message. I sent him a friend request. I said, Salam alaikum, Muhammad. Thank you for joining our server. He said, thank you, AP. I said, thank you, Muhammad. I will continue to raise aware for your cause through our social media, but if there's anything more I can do to help, please let us know. If you have any pictures or videos you're able to send, we would be happy to share them to spread the word.
This is Miss Tiffany. How's Moondust? He's pretty good. Pretty good. He's been sleeping all day.
As well, Muhammad, I want to tell you this on stream, and I also want to say this through our server. At any time, feel free to reach out to me, day or night, whenever you have the ability. Please reach out. I would love to know that you're okay and to continue talking to you. Let's see if we have more people. Vincent asked, Miss Tiffany, how's Moondust?
I already answered that.
Very cool. Very cool. Nate says, long live the real Afghanistan. Absolutely. Long live Afghanistan.
So we're just chilling.
Yes. I'm just so relieved that I got in touch with Muhammad. I'm glad. Sometimes that's happened. We had a number of people during the...
Yeah, you had one of the Ukraine people like hit you up too when they were trying to flee.
Yeah, during the invasion of Ukraine, there was a family who was trying to flee, and we ended up talking to them a little bit. And pretty quickly, what ended up happening was that they lost internet connection, and we never got to like keep figuring out what happened to them. The last we had heard, they were doing okay, which was good. They had ended up escaping Ukraine, but that was it. We never got to like keep establishing connection with them. Fake Name says, "Viva la Afghan resistance." Vincent says, "AP does check ups on some
On me sometimes. So Muhammad, he cares about folks.
I appreciate that, Vincent. That means a lot. Nate says, plus the real Afghan flag is better than the Taliban one. Agreed. Muhammad says, okay, AP, any help is welcome. Just spreading the story of Afghan lions is a big help. Of your... I sure will. Is...
Is a zoologist the correct term of people who make flags?
Vexillologist, yep. Vexillologist, I believe.
But it doesn't have a C in the middle. He's a velologist. This is not spelled. What? Okay, you fixed it.
Vexillologist, yeah. So
I was confused.
yeah, a lot of typos are messing you up too. It's not just you though. I just know the words prior to. Sometimes people hit me up on there with words, and I'll try and say it, and then they'll be like, "Oh, typo," and I'll be like, "I have no idea what you're saying."
Well, if I haven't seen the word before, I'm just gonna take it as it is. But yeah, Vincent was saying he agrees as a vexologist. The Taliban flag sucks. Richard said, I get messages from AP on Instagram. He cares about everyone, even if they don't realize it.
I certainly try my best. I appreciate it.
Nate says, yes, it's actually the same as the
Saudi Arabian flag.
Yeah. I was going to say Sadu, but I was like,
The Saudi.
Sadu!
The Saudi flag. The Saudi flag. But no sword. Agreed. Different colors, no sword. Well, that almost makes it sound like it's an entirely different thing. You're like, yeah, it's basically the same flag, except it has different colors and
there's
a different
different colors and different symbols and
so it's
stuff.
basically just an entirely different flag. The only thing that would make it even more different if it was a different shape, I guess.
They're all like the same shape.
Yeah.
They're all rectangles.
A lot of them.
Majority.
I think there's like a couple nations that have. I think like Switzerland's is like more of a square, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Nate says, yeah, it's actually the same. Vincent said, well, Nate, the flags say different stuff in Arabic, but yeah, it's a similar comparison. Agreed.
It probably just mean like similar design. Like in the way that they like place their colors. In strips. Christian said, I'd say the flags of Europe are drastically more similar to one another. So many tricolors. Alright, everyone just stare at AP's head and the blank computer screen because you can't read it because the sun's blinding it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody. It looks like have a hidden screen. It's kind of cool. But no, I'm talking to Muhammad. I'm trying to reply to his message. The last thing that he sent was, okay, P and E help is welcome. Just spreading the story of Afghan lions is a big help. And I said, I sure will. And then I asked if that was the name of his resistance group inside of the Northern Alliance, and he specified, no, it's not. It's just how he refers to fighters rebelling against the Taliban. And then I said, that makes sense. I'm still proud to learn about your struggle and happy to pass along information. Is there anything you need in particular that I typo can add to the message in case anyone out there watching has a way to get it to you? Okay, so Christian says, to the flags of Europe are dressed similar. Somebody try to come up with this. Agreed. Vincent said, I did learn a little bit of Arabic when I was younger from a girl who immigrated from Pakistan, so I know that it's read right to left, if I'm not mistaken, or it's written that way. Agreed. Manu says, wow, you're still going. I saw this at school hours ago. Absolutely. It's good to see you, Manu. That's because we started talking to our friend Muhammed, who is in Afghanistan right now. He's in Panjshir Provence, actively fighting against the Taliban and trying to protect himself and save the life of his family. Nate says, someone should make a YouTube channel to upload videos from Muhammad if he can send vids to raise awareness about the Afghan situation. Agreed. That's why I was asking him if there's any pictures or videos that he has. Richard says, I'm watching. He said water, but I think he meant watching. This Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. I love shows about paranormal, UFO, and Bigfoot. Makes sense. Christian says, Emperor AP, do you have dual monitor system? If not, perhaps it could help with allowing you to post links in the chat during live streams. Agreed. The larger problem that we have right now, normally I would do, and what I used to do last year, is I would do streams on my computer. So not only could I more easily respond to the live chat, but I could also set up situations where I would be watching videos with you guys, where I would be, having people come onto the stream, but that all requires a pretty decent quality Wi-Fi capability. Right now, I'm on my phone. I'm actually doing a mobile live stream, and I'm having to do that via my cellular data, my roaming cellular data. So I am not able to do that whatsoever. If I were able to, I would use my laptop and do that. Hopefully, one day soon we'll get back to that point. Richard said, watching. Vincent said, OAP, did you get the message I sent you in a DM from me? Let me check. Sorry about that.
He probably didn't. Usually when he's doing the live streams, he doesn't check Discord or any other really different social medias.
Yes, I just saw it. Congratulations on going back and getting ready. I'm excited to have you in Georgia and to be able to set up a time where we can hang out. Christian says, that's completely understandable, but I do appreciate it, Christian. Again, I feel like our previous live streams were of higher quality, but we're trying to get back into that as much as possible. Right now, we're in a situation, if you don't know too much about Aeternia, where we are actually living with Tiffany's family. We bought a piece of land that we call Bate, which is going to be Eternia's first territory used for the express purpose of developing Aeternia and providing residents housing there. So we're trying to develop that, but that's slow and costs a lot of money. So we're trying to do our best to be able to save up. And so we're in a little bit of a sticky situation at the moment. If you want to help us out with that, one, you could always become a citizen, which would be the biggest way to help. And you can do that via our website or by joining our Discord and reaching out to us. The other thing is that we are trying to reach monetization. So you guys being in the live stream right now and helping us out with additional watch time hours is huge. The more time that we can spend on stream with more people hanging out with us, the bigger and better our watch time hours grow to. Right now, we're at 3574 out of 4,000 that we need to be able to hit monetization. So every single day that you guys watch a stream and spend time with us is another day that allows us to continue to grow and continue to reach toward that 4,000 watch time hour moment. I'm hoping that in the next couple streams we can hit past 36 watch time hours, get into 3,600 watch time hours, get into 37, 38, 39, and then 40, 400. So we're on our way. Raspberry says, hey Raspberry, good to see you. Raz says Muhammad's still in chat. He's on Discord. We've been talking on Discord.
He replied. He said that no one can come to them sadly, but so they're on their own. Of course, it's paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what it says.
Absolutely.
They said this should help the watch time hours. Vincent said we have 15 people at one point, so that's good for the watch time hours.
Oh, 100%. And right now we have 13. The longer you guys hang out, the better it is for us. Christian says, congratulations.
An acquisition?
Yes.
Yes.
Christian says, congratulations on the acquisition of territory, and many thanks for the offer of citizenship. I must regrettably reject this offer, as I have an empire of my own to oversee, but I wish you the best. Thank you very much, Christian. I definitely understand that. But again, hanging out in this live stream and supporting us is a way that even if you don't have any money to send to us, even if there's no other way that you can support us, it will help us to eventually make money from this YouTube channel and from all the content that we've made up to this point. So thank you so much for just being here and helping us to push toward that.
Raspberry said we had 19 at one point. Vincent says, I know this is off topic, but how come AP doesn't have a southern accent?
I'll tell you. Give me 1 second. More information.
He used to have a Bayou accent.
So that's what I was going to say. Give me
Because he's from Louisiana. But he doesn't really care for it, I guess. I guess he didn't want to be made fun of it, but I guess he can tell you more from his own personal experience. Nate said Eddie K. Man, he's a millennial. JK. Yeah, we're not millennials. Me and AP are not. We are like 2 years past the ending point of millennials, so. Raspberry says, what does a southerner sound like? From stereotypical point of view, most people are like, they talk real slow. And plus, like, people with accents, no matter like what accent you have, they always say if you have a really heavy accent, you sound like you're talking with cotton in your mouth. So that's what I've always heard.
Yes.
But.
So, to respond to everybody, yes, I am from South Louisiana. I am Cajun, a coon ass, as some people call them. I grew up in a town that was very close to the bayou, so I spoke with a little bit more of a Cajun accent, but even then, the city that I grew up in, the city of Houma in Louisiana, was actually very, not very diverse, but fairly diverse. You know what I mean? There wasn't a ton of just one type of person there. So there were plenty of people with accents, but there were plenty of people who didn't have any. In Alabama, I've noticed, there are a lot of different types of people, but most people, especially people who have lived in Alabama a long time, kind of adopt a bit of a southern drawl. In Louisiana, it's kind of all over because you'll have some people with like a southern drawl. You'll have some people who have like a northern, accent. You'll have some people who have like a really heavy Cajun accent. You'll have some people who have like a really heavy Spanish accent. It just all depends on, how long they've been there, where they're from, what their family's like. And so I think I got exposed to a lot of that. And because my parents specifically, even though I grew up around a lot of Cajuns, my parents specifically didn't have super thick Cajun accents. I never really developed a Cajun or Southern accent.
Muhammad said he has to go. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow.
Fake name says so Gen Z. Vincent said Tiffany has a southern accent. Nate says, yo, they're Zoomers. Nate said epic. Fake name said think Jason. Yeah, Jason has a pretty heavy accent on him.
Yes.
Nate said listen to Tiffany. Christian said I believe there are so many accents in the American South as there are local British accents.
Mhm.
Nate said Tiff, Jason, and the other girl,
Megan, yeah.
Upon Way says Alabama is beautiful. I went to visit someone at Fort Bennings, but stayed somewhere in Alabama close to Georgia.
Then you probably stayed very close to us. So if you ever come back, let us know.
Not
'cause
that close. I mean, we're
Alabama close to
we're
Georgia.
somewhat
We're
close
like
to
2
Georgia. We're like
hours
in the
from
middle
Georgia.
of the state, though.
Agreed.
We're in
but
the
we're
middle
northern
near the
part.
top.
Yeah, that's a lot closer than some parts of Alabama.
We're closer to like Tennessee then, in
Yeah.
that sense.
But
But
still,
I mean, sure, but it's still like a 2-hour drive to
you
Georgia.
could come visit us. Come visit us, Anthony.
Onyx says I have my own Oxenus accent, you could say.
Onyxes.
Okay, whichever way you want to say it.
Vincent says, I'm going to live 15 minutes away from Fort Benning. Hey, very cool.
Onyx says I'm in Tampa, Florida.
Florida. Vincent said, I lived there for a long time. Vincent said, Raz said, I'm in Florida too. Came from Washington though. Very cool. Vincent says, well, I still do until we get a house, which is in 6 days. Congrats, Vincent. I'm glad you guys were able to find a place.
Nate said Vincent make sure that Vita has
Vitae.
I don't know how you spell it. Vitae has good internet so you can play Daisy. Which one is it?
Daisy. It's a video game.
Yeah.
Muhammed messaged us real quick. I know he's going to bed. He said, people, Afghanistan hasn't fallen, but lions too sometimes need rest. God willing, I will see you tomorrow. Salam alaikum, Muhammad. Thank you so much for spending time with us, and we will see you tomorrow. I'm confident, and I'm excited to talk to you more.
They said, and I can watch YouTube, LOL. Richard said I have an...
Appellation.
I knew that one.
Oh, okay, my bad.
You just took over. Whatever.
Let's say it.
No, I'm moving on now. They said, see you tomorrow, Muhammad. Christian said, other micronationalism...
Micronationals.
Yeah. Wow, we're so close to each other. Let's meet. Christian said, me, cries in Texan.
Yeehaw! Like, I don't know how you cry in Texan, but I respect it. As well, I wanted to tell you, Christian, there are a ton of micronations in Texas, or at least like 3 or 4 that I know of.
It's a big state.
Yeah, the problem is, Texas is huge, so they may not be close to you. I will say though, if you want to, you can join our micronational map, which is on our website. If you want to do that, you can definitely connect to other micronations in your area and learn about the micronational community as a whole. It may allow other people to find you as well if they happen to be close.
Manu said, Oxen, how so? Raspberry said, we will see you tomorrow or in the next stream.
Keep reading. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
But I like soften back if I didn't know words.
Even emperors have to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go. Be right back. Be right back.
Oxen said, I have no idea, thus the confusing part. Oxen said, Muhammad, see you tomorrow. They said I got a great Midwest accent, specifically Michiganer, and Yupernese accent? What is What does Ubernese come from? Like, is that a part of a specific state? Like, I get the Michigan one, but I'm not sure what the other one sounds like. Monica said, gotta watch your video to find out. Vincent says, see you around, Muhammed. Raspberry said, I'm gonna go. See ya if it is still streaming later. Vincent said, I have Illinois and Southern accent. It's strange. They said, Vincent, are you a Bears fan? Chicago Bears fan. Fake name said, too much information, AP. Vincent said, I don't really watch football. I like the Blackhawks. I watch hockey. Hockey is so much better, Vincent. It really is. It's, a little bit of violence, but all in fun.
You a hockey player, eh?
Fake name told you that it was TMI, bro. TMI.
Sorry.
Sorry, fake name.
What is this?
Let me check it out. Upernese? I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either. I
What's
asked
a
him.
Upernese accent? How does it sound? Nate, speak through the comments and let us hear your voice.
Slur the words together.
uh,
Nate said, oh, okay, I like hockey too. Upon waves, there's a micronation here in New Jersey called Nerlin. Nerlin?
Nerlin.
That was recognized by the state, and they own the Passaic River.
Passaic?
Passaic, okay. However, none speak English.
Ooh, I would love to learn more about that. I gotta Google that. Christian says, oh, I've just now noticed our application has been accepted in the Empire of
Premio?
Primario is on the map. Many thanks. Of course, absolutely. I'm glad to have had your support.
Upon waves says that he has a New York accent.
New Jersey.
I read it properly. I said it the wrong thing.
All good. Still, we're excited to have people of all different backgrounds as a part of Aeternia. I would love to be able to meet someone with a New Jersey accent. I don't think I ever have. As well, I will say, in person, I don't think I ever have. I will say, Christian and everybody else who's like fairly new to the streams, or isn't normally in the streams, do you guys get notifications for these streams? Like, do you see them in your recommended? Because a lot of the time...
That's a great time to be like and subscribe the video. And if you want notifications, make sure you click that little bell.
And turn on all notifications. When you hit the bell, there's like options for some notifications or like suggested notification, recommended notifications, and then all notifications. Hit all notifications because sometimes the algorithm doesn't like us and just even if someone has the notifications hit, won't notify them unless they have all notifications hit.
Onyx is telling us how to spell out the Tay in his language.
He said it's pronounced Vita.
Vita.
In Onyxese. That's cool. Nate says Upernese comes from the UP of
Michigan.
Michigan. It's just a person from Michigan that's accent is really thick. Oh, gotcha.
Oh, so they're the ones with the cotton in the mouth there.
Very nice. Terminated Onyx says Upper Peninsula if you want to know what UP means. Oh, thank you. I actually didn't know what it means.
Vincent said Upernese.
Yuppernese. Gotcha. Makes sense. My apologies. This is basically, oh, hey there, could you go to the party store and get a beer tree?
That's what my ex-boss had. Straight up. Like, that is how they spoke.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, we always made fun of them. But it's okay. It was all in good nature. They found it funny too, and sometimes it would specifically go even harder on the accent just for a laugh.
I like the accent though. I think that's a cool accent.
Ox says mine isn't on yet. I gotta apply.
Please do, Onyx. We're excited to have you.
Fake name says unfortunately due to our current status as subject
Nationality can't be on any map. Makes sense. So you're a part of another micronation or a macronation? Hit me up.
Ox said I got notified.
Thank you, Onyx.
I receive notifications, but I typically do not get the chance to hop into them when they are live, unfortunately.
Makes sense, Christian.
I mean, as long whoops, I mixed in Christian. I saw like a similar like ending of letters, like the same number, and I went, I was the same person.
Yeah.
Sorry, Christian. But I mean, you have a busy life. As long as you go back later and add to the watch time and like the video, still helps.
Agreed, it does, and we appreciate you. Vince said, but I do want to learn more about your micronation. Like, I haven't seen you in very many streams, so I'm excited to like get to know more about your nation. If there's like better times for us to stream that you can make, let me know. Vincent said my accent is like, hey, did you see that guy on the rough? He had about 5 drinks. Well, the rest of it you just spelled normally, so I'm trying to.
5 drinks.
5 drinks. Interesting.
Steve.
Christina of Psycholia just messaged me on Discord. I have to hit her up.
Monty said I get notified, but I'm off. But I'm often at school, asleep, or just away from my phone. Richard said I get notified sometimes, but not all the time. If you're only getting notifications sometimes, then you need to go click that bell again and click the all that's at the top of the list of like how you can determine how you get notified. And then you get all of the notifications.
Hopefully so.
And it won't just be sometimes.
Hopefully so.
Christian said, thankfully I should now be able to watch these much more often going forward.
Hey, congrats, Christian. We're glad to hear that. Also, thank you for spending time and like putting some effort toward that for us. It legitimately is helping us toward like making money and making our nation more sustainable.
They said no. Mouthful of copper.
Full of crunch. Oh God. Manu says, oops, I used I'm twice. It's all good, Manu. We believe in you.
Well, I guess it's just a thing of like Southerners would be like, if you have a heavy accent, you got cotton in your mouth. It's a very Southern thing, I guess, to say.
Yep.
But
Turn of phrase. But
I
they
guess
have
it
copper in
depends.
their-
Yeah, I guess if their stays more towards copper, they're like, no, you got copper in your mouth. Aponway says, I was researching the kingdom of Waywood located in England, and YouTube suggested the Empire of Aeternia.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That means a lot.
It must be from the video that you did of Waywood when they all of a sudden didn't seem like they were doing anything anymore. And then you found the video of the chick who was like, I live here, and this is what's happening.
Yep. Very true. We've done a bit of content on Waywood.
Oxy said my accent is like, I am sick. Sack.
Hey, I am sick. Can you help?
There you go.
I hope that's
AP's
the
better
accent.
at weird accent things.
But I could have butchered Manu's accent. He could be like, no, that's not at all how it's.
Fake name said, subject nationality, we haven't declared independence in any territories yet.
Makes sense.
They said, AP, you nailed the nasaliness of the accent.
Thank you very much. I tried.
I can't do nasally noises. It doesn't work for me.
Manu says, I haven't watched the Constitution stream. I'll see when I can check it out. Thank you, Manu. That means a lot. Vincent said, I like FOV. What? Nate says, also we say, oop. Like, oop, sorry. But then there's G's. So
and they say, a boot.
A boot.
It's all about you.
Nate says, so then it's, geez, oops, sorry. I appreciate it. Onyx says, I sent you something that's coming soon. Hey, thank you very much, Onyx. Wait, did you send it to our P.O. box, or did you send it... Ooh, because my P.O. box is, like, closed right now, so
I mean, if he sends it...
I'd have to go to...
Yeah, we'd have to go to the postal building that we had the P.O. box at, and then they would probably just... If they have a newer address for you, they'll send it there. If not, they're probably just holding it in the back, and we could go and ask. And they may just hold it there and be like, yeah, this thing just came.
Yep.
Fake name said Waywood is part of Stamaria.
Yep.
Now they are, yes. Before, when AP was doing the videos, I don't think they were a part of Stamaria at that point.
Correct.
You go.
Manu says, I have a weaker accent compared to others in my country. Respectable. Vincent said the S word was said. Agreed. We don't hit up the Stamaria word in this chat. Ade says, you were close. Wave says, are you sure? Waywood was separate from Samaria, I thought.
No, they're like underneath them now. It's a whole thing. Also, Stemeria was not very nice to us, so we're not big fans.
Oh, Onyx said I sent it to Discord. He sent you a message.
Oh, very nice. Thank you, Onyx. Also, I used to be a big fan of Wayward, and then because of Stemeria's beef with us, Wayward ended up sending us a lot of like mean stuff too, or talking in a very negative way about us. So I've stopped being a fan of Wayward as well, which is sad because they were one of my inspirations. Manu says I grew up watching a lot of TV, so my family used to call me a Mexican, but because of my lack of local accent. Oh, interesting. Um, Onyx says it's an animation. Ooh, very cool. I'm excited to see the animation.
Oh my god. I hate the keyboard.
It happens.
Nate says, that's Canada, we ain't Canadians.
About the boot.
Oh. Sorry then. No offense to any Canadians. Well, I mean, if you're doing similar sounds to what Canadians are doing, why not just go ahead and take the boot?
You just adopt it, make it a part of your thing. Christian says, but it sounds like there's beef. They're like, we wouldn't want to be considered Canadians. We're not Canadians. But he said no offense. So
Yeah,
no
he said
offense.
no offense.
Good cover. Christian says, if I were to guess what a Primerian accent is, it would sound something like an amalgam of Mexican, Guatemalan, and Texan accents. And whenever Earth, my accent is. Ooh, Christian, let me hit you up with this. So this is something I've been thinking about for a minute because I'm trying to figure out my opinion on it. So I have a lot of disagreements with the Texas GOP like new policies and stuff and new like initiatives that they're trying to do. A lot of them are really gross. One of them is secession, and we talked about that earlier. That they're trying to like secede, and they're at very least trying to bring up a referendum for secession. As a micronationalist who lives in Texas, what are your thoughts about Texas secession? And do you support it? Are you against it? I know Texas doesn't have the like legal right to secede from the union, as defined by all of the court cases that happened after the Civil War. But that being the case, as well as I think was it Texas versus White or something like that. There was a Civil War case that specifically was like you can't secede from the union. But on top of that, if Texas were hypothetically to secede, would you then secede from the nation of Texas? Like how would that work? Or would you like separate yourself from the nation of Texas, Christian?
Okay, so they keep calling me out and being like, I have a southern accent. That's fine. I probably have a slight southern accent. I've been here my whole life. But also, people around here don't think I'm southern. They're like, what are you, British? And I'm like, no, not British. I don't know why people keep saying that. But people around here don't think I have a southern accent. They think I'm just from another part of the world, apparently. Not even from the States.
Even harder like that.
Yeah, I don't have like a hard accent. I know it's faint, but wait, yeah, that's the one you just read. It's a fake name.
Fun fact, Roman emperors had crowns, but there was no Roman crown. If an emperor wanted to wear a crown, a new one would be made. #diadems.
Vincent said I have a 5 in...
Vincent said, how I say 5 is fav.
Fav?
Fav.
Fev?
Fav.
Fun. Monica says I'm typing with only one hand today. Oxen says it's a whip of a big animation coming soon.
Hey, I'm excited. Work in progress. So many typos, but he typoed the word typos.
Onyx is a meme. Or should we call it meme?
A meme.
Manu made a typo within his typos. Trying to call out the typos, he did a typo.
Yeah.
Manu said, dang it. Upon Way says, I love how involved you are for your nation.
Thank you very much. Are you talking about us, Anthony? Because if we are, that's a part of you being a citizen of Aeternia. Anthony is one of our newest citizens here in Aeternia and is supporting our Patreon, but as well is starting to learn about becoming more involved and potentially doing content for us or something like that. So we definitely appreciate it. And it's the reason that I'm so involved is one, to make sure that I'm doing my job for people like you who are supporting us, and two, to make sure that we can reasonably achieve our goals. We're Aeternians. We're striving to be the best and to do everything we can to help lead the micronational community to more and more success. So at every turn, we're going to keep working harder and harder to make it happen. Thank you guys for supporting that.
Onyx says 6 is Sykes. Sykes.
Six. Six. Six.
Six.
Six. It's six.
Oh, and 7 is either Savin or Siensko.
Siensko.
All different types of saying it. Nate said we also say, do an accent, man. Go.
You guys gotta go to Maya's or Kroger's to get Fago, then go to Flint for a Conia tree. I love it.
Coney or tree.
Or tree.
Vincent said Tiffany Peoples called me a Yankee when I moved to Tallahassee in 2013. Aiden, I knew it! God. Okay, I know like places. I tend to know places. It's other words that mess me up. Kristen said Texas and secession is idiotic. The GOP probably shouldn't pursue this route against the U.S., and I believe they would quickly lose control of the situation, but it from their own citizens or from the U.S. He answered your question.
Yes, Texas secession is idiotic. The GOP probably shouldn't pursue this route against the U.S., and I believe they would quickly lose control of the situation, be it from their own citizens or from the U.S. 100% agree.
If he doesn't listen to me, that's why he has to go and reread the thing that I already read. Thanks. Monty said, FYI, I was talking about my accent in Spanish.
Oh, makes sense. So I probably butchered the accent then. Vincent said, a new citizen. Hello. Hey, Vincent. Very cool. Thank you for welcoming Anthony. Monty says, I did see my typo, but I decided to leave it because I thought it'd be funnier. It was funny. I appreciate it.
Fake name said nearly 4 hours.
And nearly 4 hours at over 10 viewers. We didn't have 10 viewers the whole time, but for like probably 2 of the stream, we've had 2 hours of the stream, we have over 10 viewers. So hopefully that'll launch us a good bit of the way into 3,600. We want to get to that 4,000. Let's go to 4K. Let's do it tonight. Let's hit 4K tonight.
They said I could go into an entire rant about the Michigan accent.
Hit me up, Nate. I'm ready for it.
Vincent said,
Onyx says, Vincent, there's a micronation called Wolf Clan that has Tallahassee. They accept you. Vincent said...
do they like also learn how to play the piano and just listen to like Wolfgang all day?
Maybe so. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart had ass. Maybe. Vincent said, Nate, I know what stores you're talking about. Ever been to Julosco? Vincent said, I don't live in Tallahassee anymore. I moved to Tampa after a year. Ah, very nice.
Nate said no. Vincent said, you ever heard Jewel? Monty said almost 4 hours. Yes, someone has already beat you to calling us out on that. But yes.
And we're getting close to that 4,000 watch the Super Zoom.
Oops.
Tim, let me fix it. You messed it up now. I can't fix it. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Don't do too much.
Vincent said, oh, have you ever been to Indiana?
Onyx said, oh my lord, you live in the same city as me. Vincent said, I've been to Maya's in Chicago and stuff.
Onyx said, by the way, welcome to Ox Clan.
Onyx Clan.
Onyx Clan. It's a Pokemon.
Go Pokemon.
It's an Onyx.
Yep, it is. Richard said, Texas tried to secede about 20 years ago. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that there was no constitutional reason for Texas to secede. Good luck, Texas. Agreed, Richard. Richard got these facts.
Onyx said Tampa is a part of Onyx.
Onyx.
Yeah, Onyx Clan.
Christian said, "Whoa, Wayne's World reference? No. Yeah.
I said Wolf Clan is just the name.
Vincent said, and then he said, Tampa's okay. I live near Plant City Way, if you know where that is.
He went to go type T, and then he accidentally went down.
Yeah.
Or he could have been like typing it, and then he went to go press the backspace, and then he ended up just hitting like the send button.
It was like a text-based stutter.
Mm-hmm.
He said, Tampa.
Onyx says, I do.
Fake name says, Casnaria is in its current form, started as a third-party secession party in Missouri. Oh, how'd that go?
Mona said the thing is that Latin Spanish dubs are often made by Mexicans, so my family called me one when I spoke like people on TV.
Oh, that's funny. Did you speak like people in telenovelas? Like, did you act really dramatic and go like da 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 da? I would love it. My friend Carlos, his mom used to watch telenovelas on Telemundo literally all the time when we were at his house. So it'd be funny because sometimes like we'd be waiting on her to go do something, or we'd be like, you know, trying to ask her because sometimes we'd get like, you know, quarters to go to like the soda machine or whatever, and so we'd be like waiting. Or she'd be like cooking dinner or whatever, and so we'd be sitting in the living room, and these like I never understood what they were saying, but like really dramatic telenovelas would be happening. Like it'd be like somebody's like laying on a couch, and there's another person who's like saying some stuff to him, and then someone like runs in the room and like brings like a bottle to someone else and like smashes it on the ground, and then there's like a picture of it like cuts to everyone like looking dramatically at the camera. It's like a soap opera thing, and then all of a sudden it cuts to like a galloping horse, and then it'll be like no, we'll be right back, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
Vincent says, Wayne's World awesomeness. Do you know where Fishhawk is, Onyx?
Ooh, these are the questions. Manu says, AP, we watch international TV, often from the U.S. Hey, respectable. Very cool. I'm learning. Yeah, we got it. Tiffany's telling me to wrap it up at 4 hours. So if you guys want to get 10 viewers in the chat for the last 7 minutes, that's all we got for today. And then we'll be coming back tomorrow to hang out with you and spend time. Robert said back. Hey, Robert, thank you for hanging out with us.
Although thanks for the
it.
20 likes.
Yeah, agreed. The 20 likes is going to help the stream a lot. Manu says the U.S. and Hollywood dominate around here. Agreed. That happens, I think, in a lot of places. Robert says, finally. Onyx says, I don't know exactly. We're glad to have you back for the last 7 minutes of the stream, Robert. It means a lot. We talked about a ton of stuff on this stream. And I guess,
Have you been to Brandon or Riverview?
First off, thanks for getting us back up to 10 viewers. Hey, 11 viewers. If we can hold it for the last like 7-8 minutes of the stream, it would mean a ton. We should be hitting over 20 watch time hours today, which will mean that we get over 3,600 and start to move toward our goal of 3,700. Vincent says, have you been to Brandon River or Riverview? And then Christian said, 21 likes now. Thank you, Christian. I appreciate you.
Mona said, you know, capitalism and imperialism and stuff.
Oh, for sure. It happens. All those problems. Robert says, wait, was y'all talking about when I was gone? A lot of stuff with
Accents.
Yeah, so we
Texas.
talked to Muhammed for a good bit. Then we talked about accents. We talked about Texas secession. We've been talking about a lot of stuff. Onyx says, I've been to Brandon, St. Petersburg, Bradenton, and Sesota. Onyx says, I was born in Orlando. Hey, very cool. It sounds like you've traveled a good bit. Fake Name says, I'd love to hear Muhammad's story tomorrow. Maybe we can even get his perspective on micronations. Agreed. I would love to do that. As well, I'd love to, like... What's up? Yuck. Very cool. Tiffany was saying about the next comment. Also, 22 likes. Thank you guys for hitting up these solid likes. I will say, real quick, micronational perspective. We talked to Muhammad a good bit. Hopefully he'll be able to be on the stream tomorrow. I want to try and advertise his stuff and like raise awareness. So I want to try and clip parts of this like conversation. In fact, that'd be a great thing, Vincent. If you have time,
I want to hit you up later via Discord message. If you would be able to like clip some of the stuff that we talked about with Muhammad and like take important moments and put them together into a video, I would love to upload that and post it on like TikTok and Twitter and Instagram and stuff so that we can raise awareness about his situation. That's like super important.
Roseberry said, I was born in Yakima.
Yakima. Christian says, Emperor AP, thanks for placing Primario's location near a Taco Bell in my city. Now I know where the Imperial Senate should be. Absolutely, Christian. I'm happy to see that. As well, we normally try and put it like around wherever you dropped the thing. Like, so if you gave us a specific GPS coordinate, we just plug that in. If you told us like a town name or like a city name, we just type the city name in and hit enter. So it probably drops you like smack dab in the center of the city.
13 viewers, 22 likes. Robert says, hey AP, I need to tell you something seriously.
You have my attention, Robert. I am excited to hear your opinion. As well, if you want to message me on Discord, if it's something that you can't talk about on stream, definitely message me. I'm here. Or eternianempire@gmail.com.
Mono said I actually started having more of an accent from an international effort. And now I speak like that naturally.
Makes sense.
Robert said, API unironically think you are very good looking.
And then he put a kitsy face. Thanks, Robert. I appreciate that. I will say, I appreciate you. Fist bump. You definitely raised my self-esteem. That means a lot. I will say, not the other day, like maybe a month ago or so, we were talking to some people online, and they were like, I have no idea how you got Tiffany or whatever. And they were kind of roasted me. So I appreciate it. It helps to balance out the laws of the universe. It means a lot.
I don't tell you enough, whatever.
Oh, you do. But you're super cutie. So I always think this girl's out of my leagues. She too cute.
Onyx said, soda is Sarah's soda.
Soda is Sarasota and Onyx sneeze. Very cool.
And then he spelled it.
Yeah.
Vincent said you want me to take clips of you reading the comments.
Yes, please. It would mean a lot.
Vincent said my dad used to work in Sarasota and Bradenton.
Ooh, very cool.
Mona said, I said intentional. Oh, sorry. I don't know. Just read over it quick.
Got him, Manu. She don't care. She not reading
It's
the comments.
international efforts, okay?
Intentional. We got you, Manu. Thank you for correcting us.
No, it's international. He's gone traveling so far around the world, he doesn't even have an accent anymore that belongs anywhere. It's just a mix of everything.
It's an international accent. You're just foreign, period, no matter where you are. Raz says, I can do a Russian accent decently. Oh, very cool. I would love to hear your Russian accent, Raz.
It's a
No,
slow
they're
bit.
still doing it.
Hi, Isabella. Bye, Isabella. I love you.
I love you. No, they're still doing
Yeah,
it.
go eat.
We're almost done. We're just going to be on one more minute.
Yeah, one more minute and then we're ending it.
Onyx says LOL, and this is Slavic. Raz said, did I stutter? You didn't stutter, Raz.
Stutter?
But I do appreciate it. You type stuttered. Vincent said Tiffany with the literacy.
Thanks.
Literacy gang. Robert says, should Texas leave because I might be in a war zone next year? Texas shouldn't leave. It's silly.
I told you. I said it before I even started reading the comments. When they were like, you don't read comments often. I'm like, yeah, there's a reason.
No, but I believe in you too. And I think people really like having you on the streams.
It's called dyslexia. Okay, I know how to read.
It's called Tiff has
Somewhat.
cool opinions, and we like to.
I just go over some stuff too quick and then read the wrong word.
Let's see. Let's catch up with the rest of the chat. Onyx says, well, a lot of countries have that accent. Makes sense.
Onyx said I told my classmate about my old accent and he laughed. Onyx said like Ukraine, Belarus. Roseberry said I said Russian. Monty says sometimes. See, look, now he's messing up.
Sorry.
That one wasn't me.
Russian. My bad.
Monty says sometimes I try to do a British accent when I'm bored. Raspberry said Ukrainian, Belarus, etc. have different versions.
Do you feel like you're good at the British accent, Monty?
Vincent said secession was made illegal after the Civil War.
Yes, sir.
Onyx said that's why I said Slavic.
Because they similar.
Monty said no, I suck. Robert said that won't stop them. Vincent. Raspberry said crimes are illegal, but criminals still coming them.
Commit them, I imagine.
Yeah, that makes sense. Monty said, but I enjoy it. Onyx said 4 hours and 11 views.
Yeah, we have 11 active viewers at 4
Raspberry
hours.
says commit.
Thank you.
Robert said, just because it's illegal doesn't mean they won't try. Fake Name said, I don't agree with the reasons for Texas secession, but I hate that it's illegal. Vincent said, well, the law is Robert.
The law is Robert?
I don't
The law
know. This
is-
is what it says, okay? I'm
It's
just
what you
reading.
mean. We're trying to understand. Fake Name, I don't agree with the reasons for Texas secession, but I hate that it's illegal. I mean, I think it's kind of good, because I feel like if it weren't, then the Confederate States, for like every single thing during like civil rights protests and stuff, would have just been like, oh, we're seceding again. We're doing it again. So I understand why it is.
Robert said, and they're trying to break it. Break
Okay.
I.
Got you. Break the law. I guess.
Break I. No,
Break
because
I.
no, because Robert is the law.
Robert is the law. Always. We're learning about Robert and his law.
He's going with the comment. Break I.
Break
Since
I.
Robert is the law, therefore they're breaking Robert.
Tiffany's too logic. Tiffany's too good.
Vincent said, well, then they will be considered traitors to the United States.
This is true. This is true. And it's a whole thing. That's why, again, in Aeternia, we promote, like, building your nation and trying to develop it as much as possible. But secession really isn't our route. You know what I mean? Like, even the territory that we claim in the United States, we're using to develop our businesses, to allow our residents who are citizens of the U.S. to live and work and to, increase their independence from the United States. But that doesn't mean we're, ceding that territory away from the United States. We are instead trying to use that territory as a platform to raise funding to be able to develop territory that is outside of the jurisdiction of the United States altogether. That way secession isn't necessary while still being able to establish an independent nation.
Robert said, and there will be a war. Fake Name says, actually no. Vincent says, a slaughter maybe.
Got him.
Onyx says, LOL. Or low.
Well,
Robert said a slaughter. Fake Name says Article 3 says you're only a traitor if you fight against or aid the enemies of the U.S. Christian said, don't worry about the Texas seceding. If that happens, the U.S. will take it back easily. Robert said, but the U.S. would invade the ROT.
what's the rock?
ROT.
Republic of Texas. Gotcha.
Christian said either that or
Primario.
Primario
Primario.
can snap it up. Or snatch. Snatch
Snap
would
it
be
up.
better.
Snap.
Vincent said, bro, Texas won't last too long against the United States military. It's prevent to kick ass many times.
Agreed.
Like Texas will blockade and bombed. Fake Name says, so secession isn't treason, just fighting for it. Monty said, I don't know much about the subject, but I don't think Texas would fight the U.S. alone. Fake Name says 4 hours. Robert said, but Russia might come to Texas aid. Vincent said, bro, what did I just say? I think I just had a stroke. Onyx said, Republic of Texas, pronounced Republica Texca.
Said Republica Texas. Texas. Just ask from Texas.
Fake Name says, I'm out. It was an amazing stream.
Thank you so much, Fake Name. I appreciate you being here. And Aeternia forever.
Robert said, Publica, I like that. Wood. Alright, random word. You got that Siberia.
Serbia.
Well. Raspberry said, amazingly informative, the stream. Robert said, that would. Republica, Texas. Texas.
Yeah.
Okay. Is way cooler. Christian said the factors that allowed Vietnam and Afghanistan to defy U.S. occupations and military actions with impurities are not present in Texas is quite literally in the middle of the U.S.
Oh, 100%. And like was brought up earlier when people were talking about Afghanistan, and was referring to Vietnam. Vietnam had like the assets of having like
You're
other.
an asset.
Hell yeah. Had the asset of a lot of other powers like Russia and China funding the Viet Cong and supporting Viet Cong.
Huh?
They were the people who were fighting the U.S. in the Vietnam War. The Viet Cong had the support of like Russia and China, whereas Texas wouldn't be able to get support from any other country, or if they did, it'd be very minimal because no one wants to piss off the United States. Chris,
The Taliban do.
yeah, but the Taliban's gonna fund Texas independence. Manu says, "Is
I
Texas
don't know.
pro-Russia?" That's true. They might like I say Saudi, Afghan like oil barons or whatever maybe. Manu says, "Is Texas pro-Russia?" Ooh, that's a great question. I feel like no, but interesting. Robert said maybe Texas secessionists are. That's a great question. Also, 14 viewers, 22 likes. Thank you guys for the views. And if you're new here, please drop us a like. It helps. Robert says not in the middle of America. It's in the middle of like desert and kind of wasteland. Vincent says, "AP, can you give us a joke before you leave the stream?" What's a good joke, Tiff? You got a good joke? I'm gonna look up jokes. I got you, Vincent.
He's gonna give you a dad joke, just telling you. Just to prepare you. This is what he does.
I got you. Corny dad jokes. I'm looking them up right now. Best dad jokes of 2022. Here we go. I'm going in. What does a baby call his father? Data. But oh, I goofed. What does a baby computer call his father? Data. But goodness, I goofed the first one. Next one. After an unsuccessful harvest, why did the farmer decide to try a career in music? Because he had a ton of sick beats. But I only seem to get sick on weekdays. I must have a weakened immune system. My friend was showing me his tool shed and pointed to a ladder. That's my step ladder, he said. I never knew my real ladder. But what do you call a Frenchman wearing sandals? Philippe Flop. But why is it so cheap to throw a party at a haunted house? Because the ghosts bring all the booze. I don't get why Marvel doesn't use the Hulk to advertise more. He's basically one big banner.
Ha!
What brand of underwear do scientists wear? Calvin Klein. Which days are the strongest? Saturday and Sunday. The rest are weekdays. I just found out I'm colorblind. The news came out of the purple instead of out of the blue. But did you know that your pupils are the last part to stop working when you die? They dilate. My wife asked me the other day where I got so much candy. I said, I always have a few Twix up my sleeve. But how do cows stay up to date? They read the Moose paper. What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a unicycle and a poorly dressed man on a bicycle? Attire. I hate my job. All I do is crush cans all day. It's so depressing.
Soda.
Where do pirates get their hooks? Second-hand stores. Of all the inventions of the last 100 years, the dry erase board has to be the most remarkable.
Ha!
In America, using the metric system can get you in legal trouble. What? What?
AP thinks he's hilarious and he's just gonna keep doing the
Yeah.
drum noise.
I didn't
Even
understand
when
that
he's
one, though.
confused by his own joke.
I didn't understand that last one. What do you call a line of men waiting to get haircuts? A barbecue. In fact, if you sneer and any other method of measuring liquids, you may be held in contempt of court. Who were the greenest presidents in U.S. history? The Bushes. My hotel tried to charge me $10 for extra for air conditioning. That wasn't cool. What do you call a beehive without an exit? Unbelievable. If I ever find the doctor who screwed up my limb replacement surgery, I'll kill him with my bare hands. Did you know the first French fries weren't cooked in France? They were cooked in Greece. But like the country and also the thing that you cook fries in.
You know, explaining a joke makes it less funny.
No, it makes it more funny too. This morning, Siri said, "Don't call me Shirley. I accidentally left my phone in airplane mode." What? Oh, because it's a reference to the movie, I guess? I don't know. It's easy to convince ladies not to eat Tide Pods, but harder to deter gents. I asked my date to meet me at the gym, but she never showed up. I guess the two of us aren't going to work out. How do you find Will Smith in a snowstorm? You look for Fresh Prince. The only difference between a numerator and a denominator is a short line. Only a fraction of people will understand this.
Yeah, because not a lot of people get that.
Got it. I found a wooden shoe in my toilet today. It was clogged. I broke up with my mathematician girlfriend. She was obsessed with an X. I can't take my dog to the pond anymore because the ducks keep attacking him. That's what I get for buying a purebred dog. To whoever stole my copy of Microsoft Office, I will find you. You have my word. What's Forrest Gump's password? 1Forrest1. I used to run a dating service for chickens, but I struggled to make hens meat. If prisoners could take their own... Oh, she's wearing it. Wait, no. Pose for us. She's wearing Aeternia leg wraps. If you want to learn how to wrap Aeternia leg wraps for yourself...
No, mine's way better than his.
Tiff
Okay,
like
look, I
showing
got
off.
this cool...
Little flappy doos on the
My
back.
little flappy dudes.
Tiff,
Look at how cool that looks.
Tiff likes little flappy doos. Tiff's hype about her little flappy doos.
Little flappy dudes.
Tiff likes her little flappy doos.
Thanks.
Yeah, if you guys want to learn how to wrap those, I just posted a TikTok on how to do it. I'll probably post a YouTube short about it as well. The last few. If prisoners could take their own mugshots, they'd be called selfies. Have you ever heard about those new corduroy pillows? They're making headlines.
Have you ever heard the time that someone said he was going to end his stream at 4 hours with code 20 minutes over?
Exactly. For the watch time. If a pig
They said tell me a joke, not 20 jokes.
Did you say milk the watch time for everything it's got? If a pig loses its voice, does it become disgruntled? Want to hear a joke about paper? Never mind. It's terrible. A panic-stricken man explained to his doctor, "You have to help me. I think I'm shrinking." "Now settle down," the doctor calmly told him. "You'll just have to learn to be a little patient." What do you call a bundle of hay in a church? Christian Bale. A shirt carrying red paint and a ship carrying blue paint collide in the middle of the ocean. Both crews were marooned.
Vincent said his joke's invalidated. He used Google.
Got him. So I have to come up with an original joke? Lame. What is a guitar player's favorite Italian food? Stromboli.
Vincent said, okay, I'll let it slide. I think dad jokes are funny.
Thank you, Vincent. How does cereal pay its bills? With checks. Alright, that was it.
Vincent said, AP!
Hey, I appreciate it.
So they wrap it up.
Yeah.
Dinner is done.
Yeah, okay, so we gotta go. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I'm sure we got a ton of watch time. If you want to figure out what our watch time is, I'm gonna probably take a picture and post it in the Discord. So thank you guys so much for helping us to reach probably 3,600 watch time hours, maybe even getting close to 37. So again, thank you guys so much. I can't wait to hang out with you tomorrow, and until next time, Aeternia forever. Vince said AP Miss Tiffany wants to eat Miss Trini. We're ending. Aeternia forever.
Well,
Bye,
we
everybody.
told them that we'd be done in a minute.
You're right.
A minute apparently consists of 16 minutes.
Agreed.
Richard says Aeternia forever.
Aeternia forever, everybody. Have a good night. Love you, Robert. See you.